Framelens Audio Visual.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ICOSETH the 5th International Conference on Science, Education and Technology 2023, with the theme Today's Technology, Interaction and Social Culture in Science Education, on this Saturday, October 14, 2023. Live from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Surakarta, Central Java Province, Indonesia. The ICOSETH 2023, organized by the Natural Science Education Doctoral Program Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. The ICOSETH 2023 invites researchers, academicians, educators, practitioners, government officers, and consultants to attend and share their insight, perspective, and new trend of research in education. And it's such an honor for me, Hilmi Azmi, to be host of this conference today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the another agenda, please allow me to greet the honorable guest today. The first, the Honorable Acting Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Universitas Sebelas Maret, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS. Good morning, Prof. Yunus. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Professor Dr. Mardiana, Magister Science. Good morning, Prof. Mardiana. All right. The Honorable Vice Dean of Academic Research and Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Slamet Subiantoro, Magister of Science. The Honorable Vice Dean for Human Resources, Finance and Logistics, Dr. Dewi Kusumawardani, Magister of Science. The Honorable Vice Dean of Planning, Business Cooperation and Information, Professor Dr. Trianto, SHM Hum. And we would like to greet our keynote speakers, offline and online. We have the Honorable Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson, Professor Mageswari Karpurdewan, Professor Dr. Kunchoro Diharjo STMT, Professor David F. Trigest, Professor Chun Yen Chang. And of course, we would like to greet our moderators for today's conference, Dr. Ari Sahidul Shidik, Magister of Education, and Dr. Eng Risa Suryana, SSE, Magister of Science. Well, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, and of course to the all of committee and the participants who attend this conference offline and online as well. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the another agenda, we would like to inform you the schedules of the today's conference. The first, registration and opening, and then singing Indonesia National Anthem, and then welcoming remarks, and then the plenary section, and then parallel section and closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we invite each and every one of you to sing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Audience, if possible, please raise or please be in the proper position.
Sanalah aku berdiri
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Well, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, now we are proud to present you the Indonesian traditional dance, Tari Gambyong Pareanom, which will be performed by Unit Pengembangan Kesenian Daerah, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again please give a huge applause of appreciation for Unit Pengembangan Kesenian Daerah Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Universitas Sebelas Maret. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now please allow me to invite the chairman of ICOSETH 2023 and head of Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education to give his welcoming remark. And so with that, please join me in welcoming Professor Sulistyo Saputra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to welcome you in the 5th International Conference on Science Education and Technology, ICOSETH 2023, held by Doctorate Program of Science Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us make this event come together to become a success. The Honorable our Rector, Professor Jamal and Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Professor Kunjoro Diharjo, our Dean, Professor Mardiana, Vice Dean for Academic Research, Student Affairs, Professor Slamet Sugiantoro, Vice Dean for Human Resources, Finance and Logistic Affairs, Dr. Dewi Kusumawardhani, Vice Dean for Planning, Partnership and Information Affairs, Professor Priyanto, and then for our speakers, Professor David Trekes from Curtin University, Western Australia, Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson from Virginia University, United States of America, Professor Chun Yen Chang from National Taiwan Normal University, NTNU Taiwan, Professor Mageswari Karpudewan from University Science Malaysia, and Professor Diharjo from Universitas Maret, and also our distinguished participants, which I am proud of you. We couldn't have done it without you. In today's conference, the theme of this ICOSETH 2023 is Today's Technology, Literacy and Social Culture in Science Education. Today, we are proud to be hosted here by hybrid system. But I hope this conference will be value-adding to all, highly educative, contribute to existing knowledge, pragmatic and memorable. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was the chairman of ICOSETH 2023 and head of the Science Education Doctoral Study Program, Professor Sulistyo Saputra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite the Acting Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Universitas Sebelas Maret to give his welcoming opening speech. And so with that, please join me, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished participants. On behalf of the leader of the Universitas Sebelas Maret, it is great honor to warmly welcome all esteemed presenter and participant of the 5th International Conference on Science Education and Technology, ICOSETH 2023. ICOSETH 2023 is organized by the doctoral program of Natural Science Education Universitas Sebelas Maret. This year, ICOSETH will be held a hybrid system allowing participants to join virtually and in person at UNS. ICOSETH 2023 is proud to host keynote speakers from various countries. Like the first is Professor Makeswari Karpurdewan from Universitas Sains Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. Makeswari now is attending in this conference in UNS Solo, Indonesia. The second is Professor Carol N. Tomlinson from Virginia University, USA. Professor David Trigas from Curtin University, Western Australia. Professor Chun Yen Chang from National Taiwan Normal University, and Professor Kunchoro Diarjo from Universitas Maret, Indonesia. We warmly welcome those joining us virtually and in person at UNS campus. Program include invited session and discussion featuring eminent speaker. This diverse program offer the opportunity for networking and interaction among all participants and fostering collaboration, sharing in the science, education, and technology. We fervently hope to your engagement with ICOSETH 2023 will be rewarding and enduring.
Nggak tahu, nggak ada tulisannya nih.
We have set higher standard for selecting article for publication, and your active participation in ensuring the submitted article accurately and quality is greatly appreciated. We hope that all participants of ICOSETH 2023, whether joining us virtually or in person, will suffer in this intellectual gathering in UNS Surakarta. As you know that the Universitas Maret now is on the top 10 university in Indonesia, and I think that is 1,000 ranking in the world according by the QS World University ranking. We eagerly anticipate your presence at the next year conference, where we can again come together for another enriching exchange of ideas. You and productive and enjoyable conference experience with us in person or virtually. With the say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Conference on Science and Education and Technology, ICOSETH 2023 is officially open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs. Prof. Yunus, please hold on, because the next agenda we will have the photo session. So we would like to invite all of the officials of the Universitas Sebelas Maret, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and all of the Vice Rectors, and the keynote speakers and moderator who attend this event conference. We would like to invite you to step forward, because we will take a pictures together. All right, the committee is ready. In this special moment, in this special conference, we will take a pictures together. All right. All right, finished. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you very much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have arrived at the main agenda today, which is the plenary section. And the first plenary section, we have two amazing keynote speakers, and she and he is none other than Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson, emeritus from Virginia University, the United States of America, and Professor Mageswari Karpurdewa, PhD from University Science Malaysia. And so I would like to invite the first moderator. We have Dr. Ari Syahidul Shidik, Magister of Education, Lectures of Chemistry Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just let's jump right in without any further ado. We would like to hand over this section to Dr. Ari. All right, Dr. Ari, this section is yours.
Thank you very much for the master ceremony and the Honorable Professor Dr. Ahmad Yunus as a Vice Rector of Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Mariana MSE for the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Solistio Saputra PhD for the Head of Doctoral Program on Natural Science Education, and all of the professor, lecturer, and presenter on the 5th ICOSETH. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say hello to Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson. Hello, Professor. Did you hear my voice clear?
Pretty well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Carol, for your willingness to become the keynote speaker of the ICOSETH 2023. It is an honor for us to have you here in the Zoom meeting. Hopefully you get a fast recovery from your knee surgery, Professor.
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Okay. Before we start the session, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of the Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson. Professor Carol Ann Tomlinson is William Clay Paris Junior Professor and Chair of Educational Leadership, Foundation and Policy at the University of Virginia's Carey School of Education. Prior to joining the faculty of University of Virginia, she was a public school teacher for 21 years. During that time, she taught students in high school, preschools, and middle schools, and also administered programs for struggling and advanced learners. She was Virginia's Teacher of the Year in 1974. At the University of Virginia, she was named Outstanding Professor in the Education Schools in 2004 and received an All-University Teaching Award in 2008. In 2022, Professor Carol was ranked 12th in the Education Week, a scholar public presence ranking among the university-based academics who are contributing the most sustainability to the public debate about school and schooling, and as the third voice in curriculum and instruction. She is author of over 200 books, book chapters, articles, and other educational materials, including first, how to differentiate instruction in academically diverse classroom, third editions, the differentiated classroom responding to the need of all learner, second edition with David Sousa, and the third, differentiated at the brain, how neuroscience support the learner-friendly classroom. Fourth, so it may store the principle and practices of learner-centered classroom. And the fifth, everybody's classroom, differentiating for the shared and unique needs of diverse learner. Her books on differentiation are available in 15 languages. Professor Carroll worked through the United States and internationally with educators who seek to create classrooms that are more effective with academically diverse student populations. Professor Carroll, as I said before in the email, Indonesia curriculum today is moving on from the 2013 curriculum to Merdeka curriculum. In this new curriculum, differentiated learning is a must. So your keynote today will be beneficial for us to implement differentiated learning in the classroom. Professor Carroll, you have 13 minutes for presentation, followed by 15 minutes for question and answer. The 30 minutes for presentation is your professor.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yes, of course, you can share your screen.
It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I enjoyed the beginning of the program. It made me feel a little bit closer to you to see the people and hear the people that were presenting for you and talking with you. I want to talk with you tonight indirectly about differentiated instruction and yet directly as well. Many of you know that differentiation is what I have done in my life for over 50 years now, and am continually fascinated by the possibilities of its major principles and also the challenge of getting there. Differentiated is a learner-centered practice. What that means is that it encourages teachers to put the student, instead of just the students, at the core of all decision-making related to teaching and learning. Many of us talk about the students doing well on this, the students like this, the students were confused today, and that leads us to believe that we can teach the students. But we can't do that very well because what we really
Sorry, Professor Carroll. Wait a moment, please. We have a technical problem here.
And procedures outside the classroom, and of course, instruction and planning in the classroom as well. Differentiation is inclusive in its orientation, and it advocates providing for every student in every class opportunities so that they can experience the highest quality learning opportunities that exist in any school. Now that sounds like something that probably all of us believe in practice, but it's much harder to achieve than we think. What differentiation says is whatever you think is the very best teaching your school can do, the very best, that belongs to every child in the school. In other words, differentiation advocates equity of access to truly excellent learning opportunities for all students. And in many parts of the world, most parts of the world, I think probably people work toward this. In many parts of the world, we still have a long distance to go before we really have equity of access for all students to the best that we know how to give. That's sort of where I want to focus the session today. Giving equity of access to every student in a school means at least two things. One is very high expectations, very high aspirations for each student. And the second is high ladders of support that enable a full range of students to be able to work with and derive benefit from really outstanding learning opportunities. So I want to start by telling you a story that has stayed with me since I was introduced to it, and it captures a bit of what I'm hoping we can talk about briefly in the conference today. In the university where I taught for 31 years, we, in the United States and often around the world, we're rated as a really excellent university, as many of your universities are as well. We're particularly good in some of the science areas, for example, engineering, and many of the other disciplines in science as well. And the people who teach those disciplines are very proud of what they do. But during the early years that I was at the university, there was sort of a sense of restlessness, of something not working quite like it was. Our university, and again, I believe this happens in more than just our university, invites students to be members of the engineering school based on very high grades in high school, extracurricular activities that show responsibility and focus and that sort of thing. And what they were noticing was in the engineering school that when they taught the students in the way that they normally taught them in the school, they were losing a lot of students in the first 2 years. The way they were teaching in those 2 years is fairly traditional. That was 30 years ago, but I suspect it's fairly traditional now. And that is that in the first 2 years, the professors shared a huge amount of information with the students. It was very professor-oriented, very teacher-oriented. The job of the student was to listen, to take in that information, to repeat it back in appropriate forms in oral presentations and on tests and final exams. And as it happened, almost 50% of the students who entered that school in their freshman year had by the end of their sophomore year, their second year. And people were kind of puzzled by that. The approach where the professor tells the students listen and give back has been alive and well in many places for a long time, including where I was. And so the conclusion that the faculty drew was that, in fact, the students who had left were the ones that needed to leave because they didn't have the skill or the capacity or the diligence to be able to do what they needed to do in the engineering school. So junior and senior class is much smaller. But the professors also discovered something else. The students who remained were very good at listening, taking notes, and giving back information, but not very good at creating unique solutions to problems that existed in engineering, not very good at thinking outside of the box and being able to challenge existing ideas. And what the professors began to say was, we may not have lost just students who appear to be weak in engineering. We may have lost students who have the most important attributes to bring to the classes that we teach. That's important to me because, like many of you, I've spent my life in classrooms, in schools, doing research, sometimes working with policy locally or beyond. And many of the things that I see mirror that story. In other words, our schools are set up often both in early grades, kindergarten through the end of school, 12th grade in the US, and at the university, and particularly in master's and doctoral programs, but all at the university, so that the professor is the teller, the students are the receiver, and they are supposed to hear what we say, hear it accurately, and give it back. And I think that's a costly decision that we make. And so what I want to do is to share with you for a minute a little bit of a look at the world that we live in, which is no stranger to you, and something that we might need to consider to stay ahead of the mounting challenges that continue to threaten the welfare and even the continued existence of people and other species that inhabit the earth. It may be impossible, of course, for those who do the work of science to create viable solutions to all of the critical needs that seem to multiply daily. Given the needs related to climate change, human health, poverty, food production, housing, job insecurity, energy, and the role of human intelligence in the ethical use of artificial intelligence, just to name a few, it seems really imperative that at the very least, our schools and universities and other institutions that support science education look carefully at our recruiting, teaching, and mentoring practices and find those that are most likely to discover, develop, and tap into talents, both evident talents and latent talents that exist in all populations of the world. And that's what I'd like to focus on in the beginning, a little bit of a look in a very brief time at how we're doing with the idea of recruiting, discovering, developing, tapping into, extending the talents that are all around us that are incredibly important in addressing all of those challenges that are in front of the world and that science typically leads in trying to address and solve. So I want to give you a few examples. These are policy things, big things that happen in many places. I know, just like you do, that you can't generalize anything like this to all populations. Every one of you can speak to places where people are doing beautiful work with this, but in many places, there's a lot left to be done. Few countries even collect detailed data on socioeconomic people, status of its students in early grades and at the university. But the available numbers that we have consistently show us that young people from low-income families who might otherwise be able to tackle challenges in health, energy, pollution, climate change, and a host of other societal issues are scarce in the science field. We often don't do a good job of thinking about and tapping into the capacities that students who come from low-income backgrounds have, including often a great deal of persistence, kinship with the problems at a different level than many of us has experienced, and often a creativity that's necessary for their survival in the world. In India, both barriers of language and class create almost impenetrable blockades to having an opportunity to study science. In Brazil, which has done an amazing job of taking steps from low-income backgrounds, to prepare students from low-income backgrounds for education, public schools there are often so effective that when the country finds students in low-income settings, they have to send them out of the country to get a good science education, rather than being able to include them in a really strong science education in many of the schools in their country. In Japan, like many other places, where it's really necessary for a student to attend a really powerful university, powerful higher education institution, to become a researcher in science, the income of the students who are accepted in those really outstanding institutions of higher education are 2 times their parents' income, or twice the national average. So we're accepting lots of students who have economic support at home and missing many students who have something very important to contribute to the work we do. One expert in Japan said, if we continue in this, science will become a field in which only the rich will feel an interest, and research will grow distant from the social problems that they experience. Think about that for a minute. If we serve only students who come from economically stable and even better backgrounds economically, there's a large part of the population that will seem so remote from science that people become disinterested. And because we're missing people from populations that, like all of us, experience those problems, the problems will become more and more distant from the work we do. In the United Kingdom, 15% of scientists come from working class backgrounds, while 35% of the overall population in the UK comes from working class backgrounds. And a scientist there made this comment: the huge cost of university education means unequal opportunity for many low-income students. That not only squanders science talent, but it isolates science from society. In other words, when only a very privileged segment of our population seems to be represented in science, people lose an interest and a trust in science. The scientist who made this comment gave the example of what many people, I'm sure not all people, but many people in England and the United Kingdom thought was very poor reasoning in the vote that the population cast on Brexit, leaving the European Union. In the United States, we definitely see a disinterest and a distrust of science from many people who feel like they're underrepresented in important areas, who feel like those sorts of fields belong only to people that they don't really know. And as a result, we're finding more and more people simply turning their backs on what science has to say, as though it has no significance for them. Fewer than 30% of the world's researchers are women, and that number goes down as scientists begin to move up the career ladder. Women account for about 34% of the workforce in science, technology, engineering, and math, and yet 50% usually at least of the population as a whole. Men vastly outnumber women majoring in college in the STEM fields, and gender gaps are especially high in some of the fastest growing and highest paying jobs in the future, like computer science and engineering. Biology is the exception to that rule, and in biology, in many parts of the world, more than 60% of college students are female, but they regularly still experience gender bias in classes, for example, being called on less often than males and being more harshly judged than their male counterparts in their classes. Later in their careers, women are not cited as often in publications that are necessary for career advancement. And it's usually not because they're not doing the research, they're on the research teams. It's just that the way attribution of authorship is done, their names are often left off. I want to share with you a more productive example of a class in a public school. And by the way, I've been many places and seen productive examples of reaching out to students from varied cultures, students whose language are not the first ones of the classroom, students who come from different parts of the world. I see many places where people are very cognizant of making sure that scientists from low-income backgrounds, women, are aggressively involved in the work that's done. So I don't mean to generalize that to everybody, but in many places, our work is very far from being finished. This example I want to share with you comes from just a plain old high school in the United States, where, like most high schools, there's still a lot of traditional teaching, with teachers covering a lot of curriculum, telling students what they need to learn, and students trying to master that and giving it back. And in many of those high schools, we find that science classes, especially those that are considered to be rigorous, are populated more often by males than females, and far more often by students from middle and high income class economic backgrounds than students from low income backgrounds. This is a science professor at Columbia University, before I get to the classroom example, who recorded a little segment on the radio a number of years ago, and I was driving somewhere and heard it and actually pulled off the road because I thought what he said was so powerful and I wanted to try to write it down. He's a professor of physics and mathematics at Columbia University, and part of the recording he said was this: just as our experience in playing baseball or soccer or any other sport is enormously richer if we know the rules of the game, the better we understand the universe's rules, the laws of physics, the more deeply we can appreciate our lives within it. I believe this, he says, because I've seen that to be true. I've seen children's eyes light up when I tell them about black holes and the Big Bang. I've received letters from young soldiers in Iraq telling me how reading popular accounts of relativity and quantum physics has provided them hope that there's something larger, something universal that binds us together. Which is why I'm distressed, he says, when I meet students who approach science and math as if it were drudgery. I know it doesn't have to be that way. But when science is presented as a collection of facts that need to be memorized, when math is taught as a series of abstract calculations without revealing its power to unravel the mysteries of the universe, it can all seem boring and pointless to students. And many students tell us that some of the more advanced science classes, advanced math classes, and in fact, sometimes even math classes that aren't so advanced, just don't make much sense to them because they can't see what it's for. They don't see themselves there. They don't see the possibilities. This professor goes on to say, even more troubling, I've encountered students who have been told they don't have the capacity to grasp math and science. These are lost opportunities. I believe we owe our young an education that it captures the exhilarating drama of science. I believe the process of going from confusion to understanding is a precious, even emotional experience that can be the foundation of self-confidence. Dr. Green, who wrote this, I think, would say to us that our teaching would be much more powerful if we said, let me find the student who's confused and let me find ways to help that confusion dissipate. Let me help find the student who doesn't understand and arrange teaching and learning so that the journey to understanding, not to memorization and giving back, but the journey to understanding is in the foreground of all that we do. This is a metaphor that Dylan William, who is a British educator, uses, and one that I find to be very thought-provoking. And it's one that I think is really worth our thinking about if we want to really find and develop and apply the huge amount of talent in science and math, or potential talent, that too often goes by the wayside, which is what Dr. Green was talking about. Dylan Williams says that many schools, and this has been true in my experience, not all, and in schools that don't yet do this very well, there are always some teachers who do. But Dylan Williams says that we have a habit in schools and universities of functioning like talent refineries. And what he means by that is we seek out students with evident academic talent. We go for the kids with the highest grade. We try to involve the college students who show a massive interest in what we're doing and seem to be very advanced. And once we find those students, then what we really are focused on is trying to develop the capacity of these kids that are evidently academically talented. So we offer classes and services that allow learners as academically talented to work with really complex content, a lot of different learning resources, and tasks that really help them build thinking and problem-solving skills, as well as agency in science and math. But in so carefully trying to find that narrow range of students, we send messages to many students in many schools and universities every year that only a few students are smart enough to really do good work in math and science. Dylan Williams says, we can't afford to keep doing that in the world that we live in. The example he uses is this. He says, if I were a coach in a high school that had a soccer team or football, and this particular year, I just couldn't find a good goalie, or I couldn't find a really terrific kicker, I would not, as that coach, be able to say, oh, I'm so sorry, I don't have enough talent. I don't have all the positions filled, so we just won't play football this year. He says the coach has to say, I don't see as much advanced talent as I would like. So what I'm going to do is create that advanced talent. In other words, rather than being talent refineries where we look for the students that we perceive to be the best and invest much of our resources there, what William is saying is we need to acknowledge that there's so much talent around us in math and science and other areas that we don't see, and to say, I can find it and I can develop it. And so schools and classrooms that function as talent incubators do some of these things. They see every student as doing really important work. Every student can do that. They focus on providing the right support to help students surface and expand their hidden talents. They offer meaning-rich learning opportunities and the right support so that every student can contend with complex content, a range of learning resources, and tasks that not only invite them, but insist that they become deep thinkers, problem solvers, and developers of individual agency in math and science. Talent incubators don't send the message, only a few of you are smart enough to be here. They send the message, every student can achieve great things, meet high expectations, create accomplished work, and believe in themselves as learners. And whereas talent refineries in school and college, university, are inequitable and exclusionary really often, talent incubator high schools, primary schools, colleges, graduate programs are much more equitable and inclusive by design, making it possible that we find people who have new perspectives, new understandings of the problems we need to deal with, and can add a huge richness to the work that we all do. So this is the high school example that I wanted to share with you and help you sort of think a little bit about the things that you do already and believe in deeply that go this route compared with some of the things, at least for me, that I used to do in my early teaching. Mr. Murphy has taught high school science a number of different courses, different years, and frequently teaches 2 or 3 different subjects in one year. I talked with one of his students a couple of years ago, had an extensive interview with her and some other students. And this is what she told me about his high school biology class. She said his classroom looked different. It's sort of a combination professional lab, museum, and library. It has artifacts in it that provoke student curiosity. He brings technical books in that he likes to read and leaves them there so the students can check them out. He also has there animals of different sorts, living animals that are around. They change from time to time. There might be chinchillas or ferrets or hamsters or birds or turtles or fish in the tanks. And she said to me, it's okay if you want to go get a gecko and put him on your shoulder while you work. One time, Mr. Murphy asked us to select an animal in the room that we were interested in and then find groups of people that could join us because that was the same animal they were interested in. And what we had to do was read broadly, figure out what questions were most important to ask about that animal in order to extend our knowledge, and then design and conduct our own experiment around what we learned and the questions that we posed from that learning. Mara and her group looked into food sources of ferrets in their natural habitats and ultimately conducted an experiment to determine whether the ferret had food preferences among 5 options that were available to ferrets. It turns out they do have a food preference. Every student in a group was responsible for a section of their group lab report, which they had to blend seamlessly into one well-composed piece to turn in together. In other words, they had to work for excellence together before they turned in their project. Mara also told me at great length about work that the students did in understanding how DNA can help us solve problems in many fields of science and also in law. Mr. Murphy's students tested DNA from 3 suspects in a fictional crime scene. And Mara told me in huge detail that I couldn't understand at all how they cut up the DNA in small pieces using molecular scissors called restriction enzymes, place the gel in an electrophoresis chamber where an electric current moves the pieces through the gel at different rates, depending on the fragment size. After staining the gel, you get what looks like a barcode or a DNA fingerprint. Every organism has different DNA fingerprints, and using those fingerprints can tell you whether 2 people are related or whether a hair left at a crime scene matches that of the suspect. She said, we first tried thermal cycling by hand. That didn't work, but they were so captivated by the process that they learned a lot, even though they failed. What a wonderful lesson for science and for life. Then somebody in their school found an institution that had some thermal cyclers that their class could use. So then they went through the fingerprinting process with a little more hope at the end. And Mara talks a lot about how really difficult it was to go through those steps and how they would find that one student in their group was able to really do some of the tedious work to make the buffer that was necessary to solve the dilemma that they were working on. And she was telling me several years after what they did, step by step, exactly what they did, how they came to understand it, and what the role of that step was in revealing the solution to the mystery that had been given to them. And this line has really stuck with me. She said, when it finally worked, after days and days of trying this, and those DNA fingerprints began to emerge, we were in awe. We were ready to keep making buffer for the rest of our lives, even though it was tedious and difficult. We wanted never to stop. Mr. Murphy does this with students of all kinds, some who don't speak the language of the classroom very well, some who have some difficulty in reading and writing, some who are that group of students in whom we can see huge potential, but he works with them in ways that develops the awe and the potential in all of those students.
Sorry, Professor.
It seems like what he's doing, and by the way, what he really does is in every unit, the students have to understand what the concepts are and do enough reading to be able to establish the most important questions to answer, establish their own groups, create experiments that try to answer the questions that they've raised, and create those lab reports. That's not particularly traditional as the core of much science in high school, especially for a wide range of diverse students. He also, though, gives tests to students, and they are legendary for the mental gymnastics that they ask students to do in actually transferring what they have learned in those experiments. He grades the lab reports, which require careful, accurate, and precise work, and he holds very high standards for the kids, and they understand that. But what I really care about, Mr. Murphy says, and this is important, is that the students grow, that their content and processes develop over time. So I create something like a portfolio of their work samples, and I always factor growth into their grades, because growth in science, growth in life, he says, is what matters most. So a student can start off as a really poor student, and end up as an excellent student because he doesn't keep punishing the kids for those earlier grades that they made. He says an interesting thing that is particularly pertinent in the United States now, and I think in many other places as well. He had begun teaching in the United States when the real interest in standardized tests just burgeoned. And it became evident that the role of the teacher was to try to get as many kids as possible to pass the standardized test. And he said, you know, once I realized that was happening, I didn't change a thing in the way I teach. My reasoning was really clear to me. I did not become a teacher to raise test scores. I teach to help create a hunger to learn and a fascination with the world for all students. Very large number of students from very diverse backgrounds who have Mr. Murphy opt to go into science at the university. But here's kind of a sad thing. For Mara, who was talking to me and many of those students, they find out when they get to the university that they still have at least 2 more years of just listening and giving back, and that they aren't doing things that are nearly as complex or fascinating as the things they did in Mr. Murphy's class.
Sorry, Professor
Share with
Carol.
you,
Yes, your time
an
is 5 minutes
aspiration.
more.
I'm a little uncertain about the where Jewel off. Am I okay to keep going for a few more minutes, or should I stop?
Yes, is it okay, Professor?
To keep going?
Yes, 5 minutes more. I'm sorry.
Which has been very aspirational to me. An author who has done some work that helps me understand what it is that separates teachers who see themselves as dispensers of information predominantly for an elite group of students, and professors and teachers, but he's working particularly with professors, who see themselves as talent incubators. The professor's name is Kenneth Bain, and he wrote a book called What the Best College Teachers Do. It's been a while, 2004, but it's still around at universities, and many of our doctoral students end up being given a copy of it when they earn their degree. He, in his interviewing of the many professors that he talked to, who were deemed to be the best in their university by students, by peers, by administrators, here are some of the questions that they asked themselves as they taught. And to be sure that I'm trying to ask these questions too. These are questions, there were many more than the ones I'm going to share with you, but these are questions that cause us to be talent incubators. Who are these students? How will I get to know each one of them well enough to guide them productively? What big questions will the course units I teach help my students answer? What skills and abilities and qualities do I need to help them in order to pursue answers to these questions? And how will I build teaching and learning around those questions to help students organize and make sense of what they're learning? How will I find out what my students' hopes and expectations are for the courses that we share? What their interests are? And how will I address those hopes and expectations and interests in a way that supports successful learning for them? How will I help students learn to examine and assess their own learning and to read and listen more thoughtfully, analytically, and actively? How can I work with my students in a way that fuels interest, curiosity, motivation, and thinking? And how can I enable them or ensure that they interact with one another in ways that support understanding for everyone, which is one of the things Mr. Murphy did so well? How can I create assignments that my students will find fascinating, authentic tasks that will arouse curiosity and challenge their thinking? How will I create safe learning environments in which students can tackle these assignments with optimism and be willing to try, fail, receive feedback, and try again? What kind of an environment do I build that makes this happen? Again, very evident in Mr. Murphy's work with his students. How do I make really clear the criteria for quality work that we'll do as a class and help students understand why those benchmarks really matter? How can I help them to learn to assess their own work using those standards? And how can I support each of my students as individuals in reaching for excellence? How will I help students who have difficulty understanding and using reason and evidence to answer the big questions? And how will I help those who lack background knowledge and skills? How will I extend the work and the learning of all students? I'm going to skip a couple of things here so that we can wrap up and get to the questions. But I want to point out to you that in the slides, if you have a copy of these, are 2 slides that have some of the sub-questions under the big questions that Dr. Bain found that the best professors, those who were most likely to be talent incubators, asked. And some of these are thought-provoking, so you might want to look at them as well. I think one of the things that drives me, one of the drivers of my work, is something that I read many years ago when I was first in my own doctoral program. A person who was a renowned professor in curriculum and had studied deeply and broadly the kind of curriculum that makes the greatest difference in students' lives. And he said the content that we teach and the way that we teach it should help students answer the question, what is life and who am I in it? That's the purpose of art, to answer the question, what is life and who am I in it? It's the purpose of music. It's the purpose of language. It is the purpose of math. It is certainly the purpose of all branches of science. And to help students go away from what we teach saying, this is unwrapping a world for me. This is giving me a lens to look at the world that I've never had before. And not only is it helping me, as the professor from Columbia University, Brian Greene, said, helping me understand life, it's helping me also understand who I am and who I can be in that life. So I hope that's a little, in spite of my Southern accent and rapid speaking, I hope there are a few things here that you recognize in your work and some that you hold as aspirations for your work, and maybe even some that will go with you as they go with me as I plan my teaching, where I stop and think, now, wait a minute, am I going this way or this way? Am I finding new talent? Am I taking the time to develop that talent? Am I sending the message to more and more students that science, math, and technology are for everybody and inviting them to be successful in it? Or am I repeating some things in my teaching that tend to restrict the number of students that see themselves in the things that I teach? So I will stop my sharing now, and I presume that means that I can, that I'll still be on the screen and we'll be able to see the panel that's asking the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Carol M. Talimson, for your insightful presentation about the differentiated learning. So we open the question and answer session for maybe 3 questions, whether the participant in the Zoom or here UNS Tower. Anyone? For the participant in the Zoom, you can raise your hand and talk directly to the Professor Carol N. Talimson.
Or put them in the chat box.
Yes, or you can write down your question in the chat box. If there is no question, so I would like to ask Professor, is it okay? Hello?
Yes, I will ask a question, if I may.
Okay,
David,
Vegas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Carol, thanks very much. Very interesting. and I really appreciate all your points and your passion for this. We hear many things in the United States that's driving education in a completely different direction to what you're
Yes.
promoting.
Yes.
How is this going to be dealt with?
You know, if I had an answer to that, I'd probably be king of the universe. I think it's going to be dealt with very poorly for some time into the future. As I have, as I've said to you a couple of times, in between my 21 years in public school and 30 years at the university, so 51, and then 3 or 4 more that I've been working with folks online and continuing to be in schools, it's by far the hardest time that we've had. Our nation is divided. A part of the nation is set on trying to undermine schools. Those are things that are difficult to deal with, of course, and people around the world in various places, not all places, but various places are dealing with that. One of the things that concerns me the most is that because of the mania we have for standardized tests, teaching to a test has become what teaching is. And we lose a lot of talented teachers because of that. It's not inspiring or passion evoking for them or for their students. And so the quality of our teaching staff is threatened in that way. I don't know. I'd love to think I have something that can have an impact on that. What I try to do with that myself is find teachers who want to go in the other direction and give them permission to do that if I can, and help them see the things that they're doing that are really productive and try to work with them to help them be more productive. That's a place where I can find that I gain some ground. But until we can develop some sort of unity in our country, and part of that, by the way, a big part of that is what I was alluding to before. The far right in our country, which is not a homogeneous population either, but their belief is that science, schooling, government, policies, democracy has nothing to do with them. And they feel like their needs have been neglected and no one has really understood them. And so they tend to go with people who are not likely to take us in a very strong direction either, in my opinion, although I'm sure it's not their opinion. And bringing 2 halves of a country back together is a challenge. But in the meantime, I think to have an aspiration and work in that direction and to try to bring people together who also share that aspiration is maybe our best hope. I would not right now want to say to you that much of anything in the United States is terribly exemplary, except that we still have those dreams, we still have the aspirations, we still have some frameworks to work on. And so though I get close to giving up every once in a while, I haven't yet given up.
Yeah, please don't. In Australia, there is beginning a push of encouraging explicit instruction.
Yes.
And it's all to do with NAPLAN scores going down. And so the response is to, go back to what you were saying, tell the people what they need to do, and then they can repeat it. It's dreadful.
One of the moments that was the saddest in my university teaching career was probably about 8-10 years into it. And I noticed that that was also by about that time, the students who were coming to me were the first ones who had been practicing for standardized tests for 12 years in public school. And then we got them. And typically before that, again, our school's a high achieving one, lots of creative people there. So teaching was great fun because you could encourage students to do things they'd never thought of and they were willing to take a risk. But at about that point, students would say to me, sometimes in small groups after class, sometimes just one student after class, occasionally in class as a group, that thing you're asking us to do, we're going to really have to think. And we don't know where to get the answers for that. Could you just tell us what you want us to know and let us give that back to you? And I thought to myself, if that's what a high-ranking university is finding in the best students, because that's who we admit, we're in serious trouble. And I think we are in serious trouble. And in my time in Australia, I do realize that unfortunately you're heading down the same path, not as far yet, probably not as deep into the woods, but you're heading there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your talk.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Tragis, for the questions and for the answer, Professor Carol. Okay, if there are any other questions from here that attend in UNS Tower or from the Zoom? Okay, maybe Professor Carol, I have a question for you. Here in Indonesia, of course, with diverse students, the Ministry of Education here regulating every classroom in the Merdeka curriculum must implement differentiated learning. In one class, students divided on their achievement, whether in a cognitive achievement or non-cognitive achievement. But normally, teacher in classroom divided student based on their achievement, cognitive achievement. And let's say one class is divided on three groups of the student, the low groups, the middle group, and the high achievement group. So in this classroom environment, what is your suggestion maybe to give a student proper scaffolding based on their achievement? Thank you, Professor.
One of the things that I think about, talk about, and write about a lot is something I have called teaching up. And the idea there is similar to what I was mentioning in my presentation. When we start to plan, even if we recognize that some students are a little behind or way behind or a little ahead or way ahead, we tend to have to start somewhere in our planning. And many of us start planning for what we perceive to be the normal or average student. And then we say, okay, I'll give a little more work to the kids who are ahead, or I'll kind of slow down the work for the students who aren't doing so well. And that rarely turns out to be a great idea, especially with students who struggle. We end up teaching down to them. We come to believe that they can't do very much, and we teach down to them. Teaching up suggests kind of what I was saying to you before. What if we started planning our curriculum for the students who are the most advanced in our class, and then differentiated by giving kids different kind of scaffolding, putting them in different sorts of groupings. So a little bit like Mr. Murphy, they have things they have to work through together and products they have to create. We have a good amount of evidence over time, and a good amount that's growing right now, that doing that is much more an avenue of equity of access to really excellent education than having the two groups in this class who may be grade level and above, but then in another class we may have two groups that are really in trouble and sort of in trouble. And then we say, well, we do that, and sometimes even call it differentiation. In my opinion, that's not differentiation, but we're teaching down to the students in the class where we believe that they can't really do very much. And those students, after about second or third grade, really never get out of that pit that we have dug for them. So one of the things that I would say certainly for differentiation is the importance of helping students learn about, not just listen to and take notes on and give back, but investigate, at least for part of the time, and work on things that are ambitious, or what some people call beautiful work. So that they're using what they're learning to do things that are encouraging and engaging for them. But then also to have in our classes sometimes where what we're focusing on is students taking their own next steps in the knowledge and skill that we need to work with, so that the big picture of the aspirational work does a lot to engage and encourage students with learning. But the part of the time that we have where we're saying to kids, okay, if this is where we're going, where are you now, and what next steps do you need to take in order to keep moving forward? That's challenging because most of us have always taught the class as a whole and as though they were one person. And if we thought of them as one person, we could teach them as one person. But if that were really successful, all of our students would be brilliantly successful now. And that's probably not always the case. So for me, that's a big thing, is to say, we have to quit teaching the students only and start teaching the student, but then to create wonderful work that does show kids what the world is like and who they are in it, and also to have time specifically to help students continue to move forward at a pretty accelerated rate, which again, people are doing research on, and it's interesting research, rather than just saying, okay, give me the kids that are in trouble and the kids that are sort of in trouble, and I'll put them in one place and kind of teach down to them and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. There is another issue that raised in here in Indonesia when we implement differentiated learning. Actually, we are dividing the student in the classroom. Is it heterogeneous or homogeneous? The group of the student. Is that work, Prof?
I missed that question. I'm sorry. I thought I was with you there, but I must have missed something because I didn't get a question.
Okay. Differentiated learning is at work when we are divided the group of the student in heterogeneous.
I don't know why I'm not hearing that. You divide the students homogeneously is what you're saying?
Yes, heterogeneous.
And so what is your question about that?
Because here in Indonesia, we are divided the student in homogeneous. It means that all of the student divided based on the achievement. But there is another opinion that we should not divide the student with homogeneous, that is heterogeneous student. If the differentiated will work with the diverse student achievement, Prof?
My very strong conviction, which has only grown stronger over time as I have studied it and watched teachers, is that in the world we live in now, one of our great opportunities is to help students learn to understand and appreciate people who are very much like them and people who have different languages or cultures or who perceive things differently, because that's the world the students are going to be working in. And one of the things that in many countries of the world, the people who are going to hire students tell us that they absolutely want is students who can work in heterogeneous teams really productively. If the teacher is going to just cover curriculum, and I have to say this amount to the kids today, and tomorrow I have another amount I have to say, and that's all I can do, there will be students in that class who are sunk, and some who do really well, and many who just are sort of in a gray middle. If we can teach, it is possible very effectively, and this is what differentiation really is. It's possible to teach in a classroom so that you're working with the big ideas, the key concepts, the major skills, giving students things to do that they can practice together with, challenges that they can meet, and ultimately expecting them to be able to apply and transfer what they're learning. And they can do it together if we set the class up to be focused on a range of small group arrangements where students work with different partners fairly often in a day or a week, rather than being always either with the low group or the middle group or the high group, or always in a class where pretty much everybody is smart, or worse, almost always in a class where almost nobody is thrilled about what's going on. Homogeneity to me creates barriers to learning for many, many students, especially in classes where our goal as a teacher is to cover curriculum. And kids begin to look around and say, you know what, not only am I not doing very well in this subject, but this school believes I can't do very well in it. And I know that because they keep putting me in rooms with the same kids who also aren't doing very well. So I'm just not smart. I can't do this. I'm sure many of you have read lots of biographies like I have, where eminent people who have made a real positive difference in our lives in one or more domains were told in school that they just would never be any good in math, or they should never take a language because they'd never be good in it. Those ones that we read about in biographies that looked at those people and said, I just don't believe you, I'm going to do it. And then they did, are ones that didn't succumb to the messages that get about whether they're any good in school. We really need heterogeneous classrooms that function as they should, But what that means, of course, is that we have to help teachers learn to teach effectively in those classes, because if we give teachers a great swath of kids to teach, and the only way they've ever taught is to stand in front of the class and tell them all the same thing at the same time, everybody's going to be frustrated. So the idea of heterogeneity has a great deal to commend it. The idea of homogeneity in many instances is much more destructive than constructive. But the key point with either decision that we make is we have to have teachers who know how to teach in high quality ways in heterogeneous classrooms. They need to know how to teach in accordance with what we know about how people learn, rather than maintaining more traditional ways of teaching with less traditional populations in the class.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Carol, for your answer. And we are at the end of our session today. For closing the session with Professor Carol, I would like to conclude with the slide for the Professor Carol. The end of the slide said that opening avenues for many young people to have equity of access to compelling learning opportunities in science could well be the most important contribution to science and to the world that science can offer. Thank you very much, Professor Carol. Let's give a big applause for Professor Carol.
Thanks to all of you for being here. I appreciate your spending some time with me and wish you a great rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. We have you got fast recovery. Thank you very much and good night, Professor. We are move on to the second keynote speaker. Okay. Just hold on. Before we start with the second keynote speaker, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mageswari Karpudewan to the stage. Okay, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Professor Mageswari Karpudewan. Professor Mageswari Karpudewan is an accomplished educator and researcher in the School of Educational Studies at USM. She obtained her PhD in chemistry education from the Universitas Science Malaysia in 2010. Her doctoral research focused on integrating green chemistry into the pre-service chemistry teacher curriculum, which has since been widely recognized and cited globally as a reference point for expanding green chemistry into education. Her contribution to the green chemistry have been exceptional, with numerous publications and citations to her credit. Her work has gained the attention of several leading organizations, including the United Nations of Environmental Program, countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, India, and Philippines. In recognition of her expertise, Professor Mageswari has been appointed as a consultant for green chemistry program undertaken by various institutions and organizations in these countries. Her innovative ideas and vast knowledge of education for sustainable development have taken her to many countries as a guest lecturer or invited speaker, further demonstrating her commitment to this field. Her work also received most prestigious award for integrating sustainability into education from UNESCO and American Chemistry Society. Besides green chemistry, due to the importance of introducing interdisciplinary perspective to science and chemistry education, she is continuously researching on teaching and learning of climate change and green chemistry infused STEM education. So, Professor Mageswari Karpudewan, 30 minutes for presentation and followed by 15 minutes for question and answer. The time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hari, the moderator, and very good morning to all the participants. And also, thank you very much for having me here. I would like to express my gratitude to the Vice Rector, the Dean, who have just left, the Vice Deans, who have actually talked to me just now. Thank you very much for having me here. So I tried to say something that what we are doing in Malaysia in the time allocated to me. I was listening to the first keynote speaker just now. I'm actually taken off by the last quote that she mentioned. The content that we are teaching is very important for the students to know what is life and who am I in it. So that's something very inspiring that I've caught from the first speaker just now. And I think I'll take back this quote and make sure it is embedded across my teaching as well as my supervision, that what I'm doing with my students currently. Okay, let's start with my presentation today. So yesterday I have shared some of my work that what I'm doing in Malaysia, in University Science Malaysia. So I said about STEM and what are the challenges that we encounter in introducing STEM in schools. So I introduced about cross-disciplinary teaching. So the meaning of STEM is like it keeps evolving. So what is the real meaning of STEM and how we can bring STEM into implementation in school is very much context specific, and it changes from one context to another context. So in my situation, whereby we have a very stringent curriculum by the Ministry of Education. So the ministry informs the teachers on what they should do in school and how it should be done. So we don't really have the power or the authority to change the system. So we have to go along the system and we try to improvise on how to go about it. So based on my chatting with my fellow friends from Indonesia, so Indonesia is also experiencing something very similar. Okay, so today I'm going to share with you some way how we can do cross-disciplinary teaching. That means how we can integrate science, technology, engineering, mathematics while we are teaching a chemistry concept. So she has introduced three different ways of doing cross-disciplinary teaching. So something called multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. So I introduced this concept yesterday. So I will show you some example on how we did it in Malaysia, and probably this can be an exemplary for you to do in Indonesian context. So this is a lesson on stream AR. We thought about carbon footprint. So I need to bring the element of green chemistry inside the teaching of the stream AR, because that is my expertise and I do not want to let it go. And it's also important at this point, looking at the environmental seriousness that we are experiencing now. So, So I'm going to, this is outline of my talk, so I don't know whether I will have enough time to cover everything, so I will go quite fast. So first I'm going to introduce what is stream, what is AR, what is stream AR Tokyo. STOI here is stoichiometry. So that means we introduce stream, augmented reality, AR stands for augmented reality, while teaching the lesson on stoichiometry. So in brief, we call it as a STAR, and so it also involves AR visualization. So I will share a lesson plan used to teach carbon footprint, whereby the chemistry concept that is integrated within this lesson is balancing chemical equation. So I'll share a lesson plan. Inside the lesson plan, we will again discuss the element of stream. So in the lesson, we have 2 activity 1, 2, quiz, conclusion, stars in classroom and project. So this is briefly will be explained in the lesson plan. And also other elements in the star lesson. Okay, so what is stream? So stream is the expansion of a STEM. So why we wanted to make it stream? Why we didn't just do it as a STEM? So as I mentioned just now, the definition of this for STEM is elusive. It changes according to context, and one of the primary importance of STEM is that how to do a cross-disciplinary teaching in the classroom. So STEM and stream is not something different. Stream is an expansion of STEM by integrating reading, writing, and arts. So we introduced this concept in Malaysia so that it will facilitate teachers to do cross-disciplinary teaching. So science, as usual, it is the core knowledge of science. Technology is the solution or product to solve the problem. So the technology, it can be a tangible or not tangible product. Reading and writing. So reading and writing is the element that we have embedded into a STEM. So reading and writing is not new for science education. In fact, we have like something called science writing heuristic, whereby writing to learn is one of the primary component in science teaching and learning. But how to make it explicit, or how to make it ensure all of us doing reading and writing, so we make it like a framework whereby we created a situation where before starting to do STEM, reading is the primary criteria. Then it followed by writing. So reading and writing. Engineering is the design process. The students participate or engage in coming up with the product, in solving the problem. And arts here is more of multiple modes of representation. So we have learned a lot about multiple modes of representation. So in this context, we will see that how reading and writing, and also having multiple modes of representation, which we relabeled it as arts, how reading and writing and arts facilitate teachers and also students to experience the cross-disciplinary teaching. That means they can go from STEM, from science, technology, engineering, mathematics. That means all these 4 disciplines are not seen in isolation. Rather, reading and writing and arts enables all the 4 discipline to be viewed in a single classroom. Okay, so I'll show you an example how we did it in the lesson on STAR just now, stoichiometry lesson, specifically on carbon footprint. So we adapted the 7 elements of STEM framework for STEM integration in classroom proposed by Moore et al. 2021. So these are the 7 elements. The first element is meaningful, engaging, and motivating context. Engineering design challenge, learn from failure. Problem based on transdisciplinary and real-world problems. Student-centered, lecturer as a facilitator or teacher as a facilitator. Teamwork and communication. All elements of STEM are integrated through the learning unit. So the key thing here is learning unit. So we want to make sure that it is embedded within the formal lessons conducted in the Malaysian classroom, rather than having it as a lesson after the classroom or after the formal teaching, whereby in my experience, when you have it after the formal classroom teaching, it becomes optional for the teachers to conduct. So to avoid that, we introduce approaches, or we facilitate teachers for them to do to their capability to do within the teaching and learning of formal lessons in the classroom. Okay, so regarding stream, I can't expand more, so I have actually written a paper on stream, so please kindly go through this paper to get a better understanding about what is a stream. So again, I would like to emphasize, stream is not different from STEM. Stream is just an expansion of STEM. So the reason why we expanded with reading and writing and also arts is to give or to inform or to facilitate teachers on how to do cross-disciplinary teaching within the classroom, rather than having it as an additional extra class or after school class, or it project based, where it always become optional for the teachers to do it, and because of teachers heavy workload, usually they don't do it. So this is one way of doing it in the classroom. So that is stream. So my second point is AR. What is augmented reality? So in this situation, augmented reality has been we have used it as a platform to deliver, So augmented reality is always an optional. You can actually deliver stream lesson without augmented reality, So augmented reality is just an option, because Malaysia also moving behind integrating education to reflect on 4IR. So augmented reality is one of the pillars of 4IR. Having augmented reality in the classroom, actually it enables students to visualize the real world problem in the real time. Okay, the real world problem in the real time. So it is a kind of a tool that actually facilitated us to execute stream lesson in schools. But it is not a must. It is always an option. You can always do stream without AR as well. Okay. So stream AR stoichiometry, this application is conducted entirely on mobile phone. Okay, the lesson is conducted on a mobile phone. So if you ask me, can we do the lesson without mobile application? Yeah, you always can do it. Okay, right. So we merged the entire thing. We developed an application. We call it as a STAR, and then we executed in the classroom. So the lesson also reflects on the 3 levels of representation, which we know in chemistry. This 3 level is very important. So we will see into it how the 3 levels are reflected. So I'll skip this. So this is the lesson plan that I would like to share with you. So the lesson plan, the learning objective is the main topic is stoichiometry, but the subtopic is balancing chemical equation. So we would like to see how stream AR is integrated within the lessons of balancing chemical equation. So at the end of the lesson, students are expected to explain the law of conservation of mass, explain the meaning of chemical equation, explain the relationship between the reactants and products, write a balanced chemical reaction equation, and also interpret and produce graph of the relationship between product and reactant. So all these things are done on an application, okay? So which the application works on a mobile platform. So this is the lesson plan. So I'll go quite fast. Later I will explain to you how the lesson plan works. So let's see. So this is the entire lesson plan. So the lesson started with students required to read articles and watch videos on carbon cycle and climate change. Students build knowledge on fossil fuel, energy consumption, climate change by reading articles and watching the videos. So we have various options. This part of the lesson is conducted prior to the actual lesson. So this is conducted maybe a week before the actual lesson. So students were shared with the article on carbon footprint. So the teacher prepared the article, and also we have link for the video where they can learn about what is carbon footprint and also what is greenhouse effect. Then later they have to come up on ways to reduce. The students have to suggest ways to reduce carbon footprint, and also they have provided with other relevant videos. So students need to watch the videos, and also they read through the articles provided to them, and the teacher have a set of questions where they need to find the answers for the question. So this is the questions. So this is called a probing question to initiate the discussion. So set induction happens in the real classroom. So what is carbon footprint? Why it is important? Why is carbon emission bad for the environment? What is main contribution of carbon emission? So how does fossil fuel contribute to carbon cycle? So this is a lesson conducted to 15 years old students, you know. So the questions are appropriate for their level, and basically they will watch the videos and also the reading the articles. They able to come up with some answers for this question. The answers not necessarily must be correct, because the process of getting the answers is most important. So on the lessons on climate change or carbon cycle and also lessons involving green chemistry, there's always not important for us to reach to the final answer, but what is important is the process the students engage in reaching to the final answer. So getting the right answer can be facilitated by the teachers. So once they get these answers and discuss in the classroom, they watched the 3D view of the carbon cycle. So this is very interactive because it happens on the mobile phone. So the students can actually manipulate. They can interact with the screen. So they view the carbon cycle, 3D, they will experience a 3D view. And the activity one is introduction to combustion of fossil fuel. Students explore AR combustion simulation of fossil fuel using methane as an example. And we will see that the 3 levels of representation is reflected here. And then they continue with butane and hexane. So now I will show you how it works. So visualization of combustion of methane at macroscopic and microscopic level. So this is how it happens. So they can actually visualize it in a 3D view, because that is the reason why we are using AR. So this represents the macroscopic viewing of the combustion. Okay. So this is accompanied by some explanation, but unfortunately my video is not working. And then they can interactively manipulate the methane molecules, the number of methane molecules, the number of oxygen molecules, and what is the product, how many moles of carbon dioxide, and how many moles of water it will produce. So they can actually play around the AR, and then they can come up with a balanced equation. So you can see the video here. 1 molecule of methane react with 2 molecules of oxygen, and it produces 1 molecule of carbon dioxide and 1 molecule of oxygen. So this is the starting, and the system itself will tell you whether the answer is correct or incorrect. You can work on it multiple times until the student gets the right answer. So there is some description here, what happens during the combustion process. Okay, so this is one example, exploring balanced equation of methane. Then they continue their exploration by looking into butane and hexane. So why we stopped with butane and hexane, because that is in the curriculum standard, Malaysian curriculum standard. Definitely they can go, expand their learning with more number of carbons. So here they learn that number of atoms of the element beginning of the reaction must be equivalent to number of atoms at the end of the reaction. So the equation to be balanced. So that this is one brief example. And so what they see was the AR combustion and balancing equation simulation for combustion of methane describe the phenomena using the 3 levels of representation. So we like to emphasize on the 3 levels of representation. So to ensure, like yesterday I had one question from professor, I can't remember the name. So he was asking where is the microscopic part of chemistry. This is the microscopic part of chemistry. So we are not just talking about real world problem, but we emphasize the chemistry concept. Simultaneously, we are telling them we can actually apply this in the solving the real world problem. Okay, right. So, so we have quizzes accompany the AR visualization. So now they have like 6 interactive questions on balancing different type of chemical equation. So students learn how to balance the equation. So you can see that they can play around again, manipulate the number of nitrogen, the number of fluorine and nitrogen fluoride. So this is how they actually take responsibility of their learning. And we did it in the classroom, but there is also a possibility for the students to do it at home, you know. So because all these things are happens on the mobile platform, so it's possible for them to learn by themselves in the at home as well. Okay, so that's some section of the lesson, and then activity 2. So that is activity 1. Then in the activity 2, it's more of the application. How to determine the amount of carbon emitted in combustion of hydrocarbon. Students determine the balanced chemical equation of combustion and apply stoichiometric calculation to determine the product or reactant needed. Using the simulation, students explore the amount of reactant that will produce CO2 gas by interpreting the graph of relationship between fuel and CO2 gas, and complete the concept map related to the between the concept learned in activity 1 and 2. So that means the basic balancing equation we introduced in activity 1, but in the activity 2 they go deeper on the application part. And this activity also happens in the AR platform. Okay, so it is very interactive, where the students can manipulate themselves, right? Like for example, let's see the video. So they can actually change the number of moles of methane. Again, let's say if you use 0.4 moles and you react with 0.2 moles of oxygen, right? So what is the product? The amount of CO2 and water, and you can see the graph of reactant and the graph of product. So not only you are manipulating the moles, but you can also visualize in the form of graph how the product changes and with the reactant. So we can actually change the moles, and we can see how it changes according the graph changes as well. So I will run through the equation, the video, and you can see the changes in the graph. So from here, the students actually can see reaching the equilibrium, how it reaches the equilibrium. Okay, so students explore the relationship of ratio between product and reactant through multiple representation of reaction. So we have graph, we have also microscopic level, and we have also symbolic level. So this is how it happens. So finally, they merge the findings of activity 1 and activity 2 in the form of carbon footprint, in the form of concept map. So since this is 15 years old students, we can't actually let them to do by themselves. So we provided like drag and drop kind of activity. So they can drag and then if the answer is correct, it will stick. If the answer is incorrect, it won't stick. So this is how they get the idea about carbon footprint in relation to the stoichiometry lesson, balancing equation. And this is some photos of what happened in the classroom. So students exploring the simulation, they use their mobile phone. So in Malaysia, we have restriction on students bringing mobile phone to the classroom, but with the special permission, we can actually allow students to bring mobile to the school. And this is the QR code. The second picture is the QR code where they have to scan on it. And then once the activity is completed, they do group discussion. So it's not merely about on the AR. So when the teacher conduct in the classroom, we do some kind of group discussion and then completing the carbon footprint. And again, at the end of the session, there is also a discussion. And then some students feedback, they found the lesson is unique, it's fun, and also the exploration is clear and accurate. They find some positive finding from the lesson. And at the end of the lesson, as a conclusion, the students have to calculate their own carbon footprint. And then they compare the result of the carbon footprint with the general Malaysian carbon emission and also with the carbon footprint from the other country around the world. So they go to the carbon emission calculator, which is already available in the Google, and then they do some kind of calculation. Then they look into the facts and figures. Some of express their feeling, how they do feel. So feeling worried, explore the data, as I said, comparison with other countries, so they can just click and see how carbon footprint, their own carbon footprint differ from the nation's footprint and also footprint of other country, and suggest some solution for the what will be the best way of reducing carbon emission in the country. So based on the lesson, they come up, we give, at the end of the lesson, we gave them some project, a very simple project for them to prepare an infographic, okay, of the carbon footprint, and they need to suggest the ways how to, the action they can take to reduce carbon footprint in their community. So this is some of the online discussion which has taken place, and it is what you call hybrid lesson. We have online as well as the offline, but the online is mostly for the conclusion section, whereby we couldn't do it during the lesson because of the time limitation, so the conclusion were conducted at the online platform. And this is an example of infographic prepared by our student. So one of the group have prepared a very simple infographic. So what is the carbon footprint? So the agenda, definition, why carbon footprint is dangerous, how to monitor carbon footprint in community. Oh, it's not shared. How? Let's see. But okay, stop share. Share again. Screen. This one. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's already shared. Okay, so you can see that this is one example of the students' project infographic that they have prepared. So it's defining what is carbon footprint, why carbon footprint is dangerous, how to monitor carbon footprint in the community, and way to regulate, reduce carbon footprint. So this is one of the infographic prepared by the group. So, so introduction to what is carbon footprint. So they have used resources from the internet to come up with this explanation. Induce climate change, contribute to urban air pollution, leads to toxic acid rain, worsens the melting of glacier and polar ice. How to monitor? So there are some suggestions to monitor carbon footprint. And not only that, after this lesson, there are some findings that the school has actually taken initiative to control the carbon footprint. And they have introduced carbon footprint calculator application to rest of the students. And there's one group, actually, they created their own carbon footprint calculator using their mobile app. And one way is to go for solar lamp, like in USM now, as I mentioned yesterday, we are going for 7 SDG, right? The 7 goals of SDG. So most of our electricity, we have opted to solar. So you can see over our car parks, there are solar panels everywhere in USM. So how it works, some explanation about how it works, and resources. And this is one example of infographic that has been prepared by the student. Okay, so let me go back to the PowerPoint. Am I sharing? Oh, okay. Am I sharing? No. So share the PowerPoint. Just a last slide. PowerPoint. Okay. So go to the last slide. So these are some other examples. Then we have prepared a rubric with criteria such as originality, justification, coherent writing, problem identification, presentation of information and reference to grade the infographic. And yeah. So how the STEM or stream is reflected in the STEM lesson. So the description is STEM disciplines consist of discrete concepts and theories. Stream lesson experience on how STEM disciplines can be expanded to daily life application and solve real world problem using the chemistry concept learn. So this is basically one example that I have showed. So realize that STEM disciplines are boundary crossing, understand how STEM concepts can contribute to or apply to solve real world problem. And at the end of the lesson, students will be able to build understanding of STEM, connect ideas with STEM disciplines, and have better perception on the relevance of STEM to the real world problem. So this is a description, and we also have collected some of the students' experience. There are some positive comments, and there are also some suggestions for improvement. So it's not all positive. We have various suggestions for improvement, and we are still working on it to improvise to deliver a better lesson. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Exactly 30 minutes, Prof. And now it's question and answer sessions. Is there any question from this room or in the Zoom meeting? Okay, the student. Wait a moment, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity and the time. And thank you so much for your refresh and amazing presentation. I want to ask something regarding the application. Are there any shortcomings or any disadvantage of the application? And are there any plans to innovate the application? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. The shortcomings, there are many shortcomings. The first is stability of internet connection. So when we are in the urban schools, we didn't really encounter much issue regarding internet connection. But when we go to the rural schools, there is some issues with the internet connection. That is one of the challenges. The second challenge is the compatibility of the app to the phones. So some phones, it was very easy to download the app and to run the app. But certain phones, we had problem. The phone is not compatible to the app. So probably the capacity is not sufficient to accommodate to the app. So these are some issues that we have encountered. So what we did was, because this project is funded by Ministry of Education, so we cannot actually cater only for urban schools. So we also want to make sure rural school students, especially in Malaysia, we have something called B40 category. So we want to also make sure the B40 students experience the learning that which has been also experienced by the urban people, you know. So what we did was, we worked on the app to ensure it is more versatile and it is also easily accessible by everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the answer. Is there any other question from this room or in the Zoom? Okay, Ms. Nurma, please.
Yeah, Professor David Tregas is there. He's asking question. Hello, David. I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Okay.
Close the screen.
Okay, Professor.
The problem is the screen is still on.
Could you please repeat your question, Prof?
Working.
We cannot hear your voice here, Prof.
Can you close the screen?
Close the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So I think the screen somehow got in the way. Marcus, thanks very much. That was really interesting. I'm very impressed. So who developed all the software?
Can you hear me now, Prof?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the software was developed by We have an institute called Multimedia Center in USM. So this center has helped me with developing the software. But the content is from me and my group, my research group.
Sure. I think what is very evident to me from that work is you actually showing this wonderful connection between multiple representations, and I am going to talk about multiple representations, but I don't have anything so wonderful as you've shown. So thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So actually, I learned about multiple representation from you, and I got the idea from your work, and I'm applying it. So
Yeah,
so
extremely well.
yeah. So this is one way
Thank
of
you.
bringing it to the school, to the students.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You need the talent to do it, and you've got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor David. And is there any other question from the Zoom or here in the UNS? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ari, for the chance. Okay, good morning, Prof. Mages. Also, good morning for Professor David Rigas on Zoom. Regarding STEM, but now is modified to stream, Prof. Mages. As we know, on yesterday presentation, event STEM, it is very clear how the design process in engineering process, how they failure, they success, and then they try again. And then in mathematics, they try to have a calculation for the voltage from yesterday electrolytes topic. But now in this carbon footprint, because you emphasize in the environment problem, that's the thing that's go to the problem context is more, I think it's stronger. But in engineering and the mathematics, we as a STEM researcher, should we make the line, it is bold in this way, so the different of weighing of this part of the STEM aspect. It means that maybe sometimes we weight more on engineering, we weight more on mathematics, or we should do the balancing of all of them. Because you also mentioned here, multiple representation is very great there, how they know the molecule of methane, CH4, molecule of O2 and another. Thank you very much.
I think this is a issue across STEM educators, and I think it is also highlighted by Lynn English in one of the articles. She talked about equal representation of all the 4 STEM disciplines. In my experience, because my area is chemistry, and I'm teaching chemistry students, to ensure all the 4 disciplines are equally presented, it is a big challenge, you know. So since I am a chemistry educator, whether I like it or not, the huge emphasis goes to the chemistry component, chemistry concept. But we are not neglecting the engineering and mathematics, engineering, technology and mathematics. We are also doing it together, but to make it equal, I think in my context it is quite impossible. Unless we are doing some kind of big projects, and these big projects usually happens after the real school hours, then it could be possible. But doing it during the lesson, like what I'm doing now, ensuring all the 4 disciplines are equally represented, it is difficult. It's a big challenge. Because the focus of this lesson is on chemistry, stoichiometry. So I can't do away with that and try to teach engineering or what. So that is the challenge. But always what happens is, like we have like National STEM Association in Malaysia. Also schools have these STEM clubs and all that. They are doing a lot of STEM projects, big projects, and in that kind of projects, yes, we can see equal representation. So STEM implementation there is always a big challenge for all the educators. So we are trying to do the best and to make sure the cross-disciplinary kind of teaching is executed in the classroom. And I believe strongly that for the contemporary global problems and also local problems, we have to shift away from teaching in disciplines in isolation. Teaching disciplines collectively with other disciplines is important for the students to see how to solve a problem, you know, to develop their 21st century skills. We can't be emphasizing highly on chemistry and without telling them on how to apply the knowledge. That's my concern. So reading and writing, multiple modes representation is already there in our literature, very strongly laid, but I don't know to what extent we are bringing them into the real teaching. So this is one way of doing it, and I'm saying that by having reading and writing into the STEM, you are actually allowing students to see the cross of disciplines. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Nurma and Professor Mageswari for the answer. And we are at the end of this session. Thank you all for the participants for joining us this session. We greatly appreciate your time and your valuable contribution. This session has been incredible, informative and enriching moment, and we have gained many insight. I would like to extend my gratitude to the speaker for sharing their knowledge and experiences, and I sincerely apologize for any mistake or shortcoming during these sessions. And we appreciate your understanding and patience. Thank you again everyone in attendance, and for closing the session, I have pantun in Bahasa. Walking to Solo City. Where is the cakep? Okay. Pagi-pagi ke pasar legi. Setelah ini masih ada sesi lagi. Untuk itu saya mohon undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a great conference. Thank you very much.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Ari a huge applause of appreciation. And that was the first plenary section with two amazing speakers. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Ari, Professor Tomlinson, and Professor Professor Karpurdewan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to move to the second plenary section with, of course, with amazing another speakers and moderator. And in this time, we will listen to the second plenary section from the third, fourth, and fifth speaker. And the speaker, they are none other than Professor Dr. Kunchoro Diharjo STMT from Universitas Sebelas Maret, and then Professor David F. Trigas from Curtin University, Western Australia, and Professor Chun Yen Chang from National Taiwan Normal University, which will be moderated directly by one moderator. And he is none other than Dr. Engrisa Suryana, SSE Magister of Science. So we would like to invite Dr. Engrisa to join me in the front of this conference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now let's jump right in without any further ado. And I would like to hand over this second plenary section to Dr. Engrisa. Dr. Risa, this section is yours.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the second plenary sessions. In the sessions, we have three scholars who will share expertise. So, because it's a hybrid conference, so I would like to invite Professor Kunchoro Diharjo, and then Professor David Trezus, and Professor Chun Yen Chang. Okay, but in this room, I think only Professor Kunchoro Diharjo, right? So I invite Professor Kunchoro to this stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this room and also in a Zoom meeting, Professor Kunchoro Diharjo, he from Department of Mechanical Engineering, Universitas Sebelas Maret, and also as Vice Rector of Research and Innovations. So in this sessions, actually we have 135 minutes, so I will share for each speakers 40 minutes to deliver the presentations, and after that, maybe 5 to 10 minutes for question and answers. So it is time to listen Professor Kunchoro Diharjo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Kunchoro, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all speakers and also all participants. Can you help me to show our PowerPoint in PDF or by myself? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, in this moment, I would like just only to share our experience in research, in past research, ongoing research, and I will present about the future perspective of research of polymer composite. And I come from mechanical engineering, but I focus our research in polymer composite. Okay, I will divide into 5 points of presentation. The first is introduction, and then roadmap of our research and ongoing research, and the last future perspective. Okay, as introduction, I will ask that the composite is divided into 3, that is polymer composite, metal matrix composite, and also ceramic composite. And the polymer composite consists of thermoset composite, thermoplastic composite, and rubber composite. So we can conclude that the polymer matrix composite is the material consisting of the polymer as the matrix in the composite. You can use any fiber or many fiber or many filler. And now polymer matrix composite are very popular due to their low cost and simple fabrication methods, because the processing is not need high temperature, just in normal temperature. Okay, and then this is many application of the composite in Indonesia. And there is many benefit of the use of the polymer composite. The first is lightweight. The ratio of the strength compared to the density of the composite is very high. And as we know that the density of ferrous composite is about 7.8, and the aluminum is about 2.7, and the composite is about 1.2 until 1.4. So this is very good properties of the composite. And then the strength. This is the benefit of the composite, because the strength can be designed by a range of the fiber orientation. And the number 3, fire resistant. This is the new many research in the fire resistant. Why? Because now the requirement of the composite in its application, beside it is for cover the load, but the environment of the might be of the structure might be in the high temperature. or might be there is a possibility of the fire. Yeah. So the fire resistance is very needed now to be researched in the polymer composite, and I'm focused our research in this to how to increase the fire resistance of the polymer composite. And the performance of the composite is very well, because we can design the surface of the composite based on the molding. If the molding is very well, so the product also will be very well. And then the low cost. It is also the high benefit of the composite, because the cost of the composite is very low. And finally, if we use the composite with natural fiber or natural matrix, so the product will be environmentally friendly. And other benefit of the composite also you can see in many reference. Okay, this is the use of the composite for interior of bus, also interior of train in Indonesia, also medical container. When to tsunami Aceh, I don't remember what year. Yeah. PT Inka deliver the medical container which is made from the composite. Yeah. And then this one rail bus produced by PT Inka. Yeah. The front end side wall of the train is manufactured with the composite material. One side wall of the composite, only one process with the vacuum pack and vacuum infusion of processing. Yeah. Okay. And then we can see the application of the composite. Almost all of the transportation such as car, there are many application of the composite for interior panel. For example, for Toyota, Knaf is planted producing in Lamongan, yeah, was delivered, and no, is also still delivered to Japan. Yeah. And in Japan, this Knaf as a sourcing for the material of the interior panel. And also other car, such as in Germany, yeah, the interior panel is produced from flat composite. In Australia, there are many plants of flat fiber. Yeah. And also other interior panel or maybe exterior panel of the car. And then, yeah, when the aircraft of Boeing 777, it is only use 12% of the composite and 50% of aluminum. But for the Boeing 787, the use of the composite increased significantly until 50% and reduce the use of the aluminum. Yeah. Why? Because the benefit of the composite. Yeah. Okay. And now I will ask to you what application problem of the polymer composite. The first is how to meet a component or structure requirements for its application. For example, how to meet the strength and the high fire of or thermal resistance of the composite. Besides that, also good performance, lightweight, low cost, and also etc. So we have to design the material to resist with the thermal or fire, and also have a good strength for covering the load. This is our roadmap in our past research. When 2022 until 2023, I did research about manufacturing of lavatory for train. In the year, the train targeted for KRDE Jakarta Bandung, yeah, KRDE Jakarta Bandung. And the lavatory, we can produce it collaboration with PT Inka and also supporting funding from Hibah Bersaing and PT Inka and also PT Indoro International in Pasar Kemis. In this research, the finding is how to optimize the manufacturing process. And then in 2004, PT Inka and I and me also research about the sandwich composite. When the lavatory composite, only one side of the surface for product, but the sandwich conserves the surface. Yeah. And finally, in 2005 until 2007, we could make an innovation product. Some part of the interior panel in PT Inka from composite, especially natural fiber composite, kenaf and also coconut fiber. Yeah. Okay. And then with our student, I also did the research for many various product of motorcycle component. Yeah. For scripsi, yeah, for the final result of my student, and also for a part of the car, such as bumper. Yeah. My student produced the bumper and also many part of motorcycle. And with PT Inka, I did producing of the body of microcar. Microcar is a car for 4 passengers. Yeah, and it is success. Yeah, microcar. Okay, and then in 2007 until 2013, we improve the fire resistance. Yeah, for the product, such as I result the product dashboard for KRDE, and the fire resistant classification is A1. The best fire resistant is A0. A0 is very difficult because there is no a part of the material fall when the burning processing, but the product is enough for A1 classification of the fire resistant. Yeah. Okay. And then we developing another product for other research, yeah, especially for door and other with the natural fiber materials. Yeah. We get the prototyping of the door, but it is still have any problem for its application. Yeah. And in 2012 until 2013, I did research about rocket tube from geopolymer composite. Yeah. We use fly ash, carbon fiber, and also phenolic. Yeah, phenolic. Yeah. I have two testing for the tube product. It is in compression and burning testing. And one article in international journal have published from this research. Yeah. We have a problem with the tube of for rocket. The problem is joining about the composite and aluminum, because we have to use aluminum and composite, yeah. Especially for the in the front part of the rocket to bring the something, yeah. The material is aluminum, and also in the end the nozzle also the material from metal. And then in 2014 until 2016, I do focus research on the joining between the composite and aluminum. Yeah. How to increase the strength, how to improve the physical properties of the composite. And we find, yeah, the finding that we can use the epoxy adhesive with additional of the alumina filler, yeah, fine powder of aluminum. Yeah. After that, I go my research to commercialization session. Yeah. Yeah. I have a workshop in Solo, yeah, and I have a production for many part of composite. For example, this is a septic tank, yeah, from GFRP composite, yeah, and also door for from composite. And two products have been applied, yeah, in many places. Yeah. Okay, and then we do the manufacturing research for vehicle, for bicycle, for car, also for triangle, and for bus. All body of this bicycle until bus are produced from composite. So in this research, focus on the how to design, how to make the best product, high performance, yeah, high strength, based on the previous research. Yeah. And in 2019 until 2021, I focus how to make the instrument, how to make the apparatus to improve our laboratory. Yeah. This one, yeah. And I get 3 apparatus for the testing, especially for burning test for the composite. The first is burning test in laboratory, and many paper have produced from this apparatus from this instrument. And the second is burning test for product. And the last, burning test instrument for 100% full scale of product. I burn the full scale of train in PT Inka, yeah, in 2021. Alhamdulillah, 3 instrument is in our laboratory. So we can do for further research for many applications, and the apparatus of burning test for horizontal, vertical burning test is still used by my student to produce for research. It's their thesis, script, or also a dissertation. Yeah. One doctor I have graduated from this instrument. Okay, and then in 2021, 22, under 23, due to our overload of our work, yeah, we don't create focus on the research fundamental research. Just produce many paper. Maybe after that I will go move again for development of the product. Yeah, this is our roadmap research in the previous. Yeah. And then there are many products of our research. Yeah, table, yeah, panels. Panel is in my office, in my laboratory, and also panel for kitchen. This is my kitchen, and we use my product. Yeah. After 5 years, there is no problem. Yeah, and also acoustic absorber is still used in our hotel in UNS Inn. Yeah. Yeah. This one. Yeah. Okay. And this is our workshop to do many innovation, yeah, or maybe to do my research, because sometimes our laboratory full for practicum, practical for students, so my student can do their research in our workshop. Yeah, this is also our product. And then this is our going research in 2022-23. Yeah, focus on for publication. Yeah, basic research. Yeah, yeah. We do international collaboration with UTM and BRIN. Maybe next time with USM is okay. Yeah, yeah. The characterization of physical mechanical properties, fire resistant. Yeah, geographic composite with many filler. And we focus use to filler of pumice from Lombok, yeah, from Rinjani Mountain, yeah, okay, and combined with the aluminum trihydroxide, boric acid, and sodium silicate, yeah. This is our result, and we get that the mechanical properties with the boric acid increase along with the increasing of the boric acid, while others material with aluminum trihydroxide and then pumice and then sodium silicate decrease. Yeah, the strength decrease along with the increasing of the particle. Yeah, so it's good for me because this is for flexural strength, the similar. So this result is have a good correlation between the impact and flexural strength. And then for the fire resistant, while we use boric acid 5%, the burning rate is very decreased. It is better. So the best material is this one in this research. Yeah. Why? Yeah. And now I am still analyzing this reasoning in this draft paper. Okay. And this is my product. For the chart, yeah, it is for untreatment. specimen, but we have 3 treatment: weathering, immersing in natural water, and also immersing in salt water. But this specimen is still under immersing process. Yeah. Okay. This and the activities research of my student in my laboratory. And the second, we have two second research in this year. This is how to design, yeah, bulletproof from composite material with epoxy graphene reinforced by hybrid woven carbon fiber and Seiba Petranda fiber. This result, yeah, the combination 50-50% between carbon fiber and Seiba Petranda fiber have the best properties, the best strength. Yeah. Okay. This is the scanning electron microscope of the specimen, yeah, and this paper is under review for journal. Yeah. Okay, this is the future perspective. It is very more important because we can design our proposal for the next research based on this method. How we can make high strength of the composite? One, you have to use high properties of fiber. There are many fiber, or you can to use combination of fiber to reduce the cost. Yeah. Okay. And also you can to use good polymer. Yeah, but not combination of polymer. It will be have any problem. Yeah, and the most important is how to make good interfacial bonding. Interfacial bonding between the fiber and polymer. Yeah, this is the most important. Most of the researchers, they did their research. They do their research based on the how to increase the interfacial bonding between the polymer and the fiber, and then how to distribute it or disperse the filler on the polymer homogeneous. It is very important. And the last, good size of dispersed parts, fiber or filler, good size. And the treatment of the fiber, it is also very important to make a good interfacial bonding. This is for just an example of the illustration of the composite with the unidirectional fiber, short fiber, and random short fiber. And this is the point, interesting area of the research. Most of researchers focus on this interfacial between the fiber and matrix, because if we can make the very strong interfacial bonding between matrix and fiber, so the composite will have very high properties. Yeah. Okay. For example, how to analyze? We can, for example, this is a composite in the top one of the picture. Maybe please check the failure. If the failure metric correct, so you can improve the metric properties. And the failure first on the fiber, you can improve the fiber. But the failure, when the failure is the crack or the laminating between the fiber and polymer, so you can improve the interfacial bonding. To improve interfacial bonding, you can use maybe coupling agent or modification of the fiber. Modification of the fiber, you alkali treatment or chemical treatment or other treatment. Yeah. Based on this scanning electron microscope. There are many, generally only three, only three type of file: metric, fiber, or interfacial. Yeah, okay. This is, for example, in the lowest picture. This is a composite which not good bonding between the polymer and fiber. Yeah. There is a fiber pull-out processing, so the fiber cannot be bonding strongly by the polymer. Okay, and then how to make high strength and high rigidity. For example, if you design for the floor or for the table, so it must be strong and good rigidity. So you can design with the sandwich composite. Yeah. In my product for the table, this is a sandwich composite. Yeah. So you can use high performance of skin. Yeah. If the skin is better, so the properties also will be better. And then including the fiber, metric, and interfacial bonding. Yeah, similar with the previous. And then design sandwich composite with lightweight core. Yeah, lightweight core. Yeah. Don't use the high weight core. Yeah, because the weight of the product will be too high. And also a good bonding between the skin on the composite with the core. It is very important. This is the illustration. Many important part of the sandwich composite. On the first surface is weather resistant layer. It is produced by gel coat polymer. Yeah. And then this is the composite, this is the core. Yeah. And please check when you read some paper or you check your previous research, please check how the sample file and how to improve the mechanical properties or stiffness. There are also 4 categories. The first failure is facial. Yeah. Facial in front of the point loading in here, facial. And then face wrinkle in the upper skin, in the lower skin, facial. Or core failure or delamination, only 4. So you can improve the sandwich composite with 4 treatment. On skin, core, or bonding between skin and core. Yeah. You can do many research from this because you can change the fiber, you can change the core, and etc. Yeah. This is also other picture when the sandwich composite is under loading. Yeah. This is almost of this failure on the core. Okay, this is very interesting research. Yeah. And the last, how to increase fire resistance. Yeah, we can use the theory of 3 angles of fire. Yeah, the first is heat. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, heat. And then fuel and oxygen. Yeah. 3 component of fire: heat, fuel, and oxygen. So to make high resistance of fire, you have to reduce heat, reduce fuel, and separate the oxygen to enter in the fire. So you can do 3 categories, 3 steps. One is endothermic cooling. Yeah, this is decomposition of a certain fire resistant additive. is endothermic, cooling the substrate to below combustible level. And then dilution, decomposition of certain fire resistant additive produce water. And non-combustible gases which dilutes the flammable gas concentration. And the last protective layer for oxygen. So you will get better fire resistance of composite polymer. Okay. I will show you. Maybe all of participants remember with this picture. This is an accident of Titanic ship. Maybe I don't remember what year the film popular. Why? The very big ship, but when the crash the ice, the body is broken. Because this is for material engineer. The content of the phosphor and sulfur is too high, so the body of the ship become brittle. The standard is like this. Mangan compared to sulfur, almost 15 compared to 1. But the Titanic 6.8 compared to 1. Almost half of the standard. This is the problem of the Titanic. And now the ship is producing with the fiber reinforced composite. The weight of the ship will be lightweight. The cost also will be low. So the property of composite is very good. Okay, this is just a joke for you. Okay, joke for you. For other participant. Let's see quadrant of life. When will you stay here? The vertical axis, the time, and the horizontal axis, asset. If you have more time, more asset, more competency, you will stay here. You will success in comfort zone. It is very important for our students. But if you have time but no competency, you will be here, jobless and idle. Atau in bahasa luntang luntung, luntang lantung. Okay. And then if you have no time, also you have no asset, you will be got nothing. In bahasa kroco mumet, KM. And then maybe it is me. You have asset but no time. Very stress in our work. Maybe the professor from USM is also like this. Okay, this is a real the quadrant of life. To support you and me, how to make many assets and also to arrange our time, your time, so you have a time. Okay, but don't worry, you must be cool, man. And okay, the last grand, my brother. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for Professor Kunchoro Diarjo for interesting presentations. So we have I think 5 minutes for question and answers. So I invite one question in this room and also one question in Zoom meeting. Please. Okay. Over there. Please mention your name. Right?
So thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the interesting talk by Prof. Kuncoro. I have 3 questions. The first one is, my name is Wibsar Sunubram Sunyandaru. I am from Universitas Negeri Jogja. My first question is, in your lab, do you make your own material, composite material, from synthesis, characterizations, and to application, or you just buy the composite and then you apply it? The second one, if you make it from the start, if you synthesize and then characterize, how do you upscale your material from the lab scale to application scale? And the third one is, what is the size of the material, the size? Is it nanoscale or micron scale? I think that's it. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please direct answers.
Thank you for the nice question. The first one, in the first I focus on the how to apply the composite. But now I analyze the material. For example, I produce the pumice particle into nanosilica. Yeah. So at the end of this research, we use the nanosilica from the pumice material. Yeah. Okay. Combination. Yeah. Of the when, for example, if we use from the sandwich composite, the vinyl cell we buy from the provider. But we also develop the research for sandwich composite with Sengon Laut wood or Albizia falcataria wood. We produce the wood. We produce the core from Albizia wood because the light weight of the wood is very low. Yeah. Okay. And then the second, how to scale up your lab. Yeah. I know maybe more than 20 years, yeah. Our laboratory didn't have grant for for the new laboratory apparatus. So all of the researchers in our laboratory try to make the instrument from the laboratory. For example, my instrument for the burning test, we have to set the first one there is no cover, yeah, but the second one full cover. So the wind or oxygen is controlled when the testing processing. Yeah, alhamdulillah until now this instrument for the burning testing is always used by our student. Yeah. Okay. And the last, size of the material. Size of the material is varied. Sometimes if we use the core from the sawdust, might be in millimeter size. But while we use the clay or other, might be in micro size. But for example, the nanosilica in nano size, yeah. Variation depend of the application of the product. Yeah. But the most important of this research is how to make a product, and the more important is how to applicate of the product. It is very, very important for us. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Kuncoro. So in a Zoom meeting, question, I think no question in Zoom meeting. Okay, unfortunately, because the limited time. Okay, please give applause to Professor Kuncoro Diharjo.
Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much for Professor Kunchoro Diharjo. And the next speakers, I invite Professor David Etrigus from Curtin University, Western Australia. Prof. David, could you hear me?
I'm going to try and share my screen.
Okay, please.
So what do I do?
Prof. David, 40 minutes. Right. Please.
Yes, yeah, fine. The first thing I have to do is share my screen.
Okay, please.
Which I'm never brilliant about. So look, share screen. Desktop, whiteboard. Oh God. Yeah, this is often a problem for me, sorry. So how do I share? Basic share. I sent you my slides ahead of time in case I had a problem. System preferences. Do you have them there?
Okay, I will try to open your PowerPoint.
Yeah, I think that's better. Sorry about that.
Ada ya?
I don't know what to share. This is desktop. Go to desktop. Go to desktop. Can't do it. Just go desktop there. Desktop there. No. If you have it, it would be much better.
Yeah, we will prepare your presentations.
Thank you. Share sound. Whiteboard. Share. Cancel. So I'm sorry about this.
Okay. Please wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Okay, please.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, please start your presentation, Professor.
Thank you. Yeah. So could you put it onto a total screen?
Yeah.
Onto so that it looks, so it fills the screen. Oh, there's nothing there.
This slide, Prof. David.
Yes.
Okay.
What I'd like you to do is put it onto presentation mode.
Yeah. Prof. David will start your presentations, and then you just say next to move other slide.
Right, but can you make it larger? Okay, go back to the beginning.
Oh yeah.
To the first slide.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. Can you make that larger? Yeah, good. Okay.
Okay, please.
Right, okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really appreciated about this. I'm sorry about my screen sharing. For some reason, it doesn't work. It's 30 years ago that I was in Surakarta, Solo. The Indonesian government had a World Bank project, and the World Bank project was to upgrade the quality of science and mathematics teaching in Indonesian secondary schools. The teachers were selected from all over the provinces in Indonesia, and they went to Australia, to Curtin University, and to England, to King's College, and then they returned to school. And one of my pleasures was being in many schools in Indonesia, including many schools in Surakarta or Solo. So today I'm going to talk about understanding multiple representations, which is an important key to learning science. You've just seen some excellent examples of how this is put into practice with Dr. Kapundawan's presentation. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about multiple representations and how it can contribute to enhanced student learning. I'm going to talk about learning science with different representations, that is different modes and different levels of organization. I'm going to give you examples of modes and representations in chemistry, biology, and physics. And I'm also going to refer to some edited books that deal with chemistry, biology, and physics, and deal with multiple representations. I'm going to briefly talk about a theoretical framework, and then I'm going to give you some examples of how these are used in teachers' guides. Next. So learning science with multiple representations involves multiple modes and multiple levels of organization. If we do this, we improve students' understanding of scientific conceptual knowledge. It will enhance students' problem-solving skills using different modes. It will reduce difficulties in understanding the links between different representations. And it will lead to less fragmented knowledge and enhanced coherent understanding. And the goal is that with this better understanding, we will increase enrollments in science. And as Dr. Kapundawan mentioned, this is very important for society. Next. I think we need to differentiate between what is real and what is a representation, and perhaps every science course should begin with this painting. This painting is in the Art Museum in Chicago. It is a huge painting, fills the whole wall, and it is by René Magritte, the famous Belgian surrealist artist. And in French, it says, "This is not a pipe." So when you see this, you see it's a pipe. And then it says, "This is not a pipe." So this makes you think, this is a representation of a pipe. This is a picture of a pipe. This is a painting of a pipe. So my thinking is, if we brought this drawing into science lessons, it would help students differentiate between what is real and what is a representation. Next. So science learning with different modes. There's many modes that we all use in our own thinking and our teaching. Science concepts can be represented in visual ways, by writing, verbal ways, by listening, by discussing, by animations. You saw some animations with Dr. Kapundawan this morning. We can do experiments, we can drawings and maps, we can read, we can do mathematical enumeration, we can do graphs, we've got tables, and there are three representations of lungs. One is a diagrammatic representation, one is a micrograph, and the other deals with respiratory activities that we're all going all the time. So they're all different. They all represent different aspects of lungs. Next. So these representations by different modes, they can be a continuum of increasing abstraction. So we have real life objects, like you can bring animals into the classroom or plants into the classroom. We've got actions, and gestures is a recent research field. We have photographs, animations, and models, and they're not the real thing, remember. We can write about what is seen. We can have natural drawings, we can make diagrams, we can make graphs, and then we produce charts and tables. We can make equations from simple to complex. We can have paper-based text, screen-based text, and we get oral presentations, we use analogies, we use metaphors. So there's a whole range of how we teach, and often we start in classes at the very bottom. Paper-based text, screen-based text, oral representations, without going through the more easily comprehensible and understood aspects, like a real-world object or action. Okay, next, please. So science learning with different levels of organization, it can be presented by different levels of organization of perceptions. The human eye, which is macro, or with instrumentation, which would be micro, submicro, and we can communicate the concept to others using symbols. And here are some examples. This work is from Peter Mahaffey, and I took it from some of his work. So we got a volume of water in a flask, and it's represented by H2O or the molecular model. And then you've got this relationship that from Johnson's triangle that was presented to you earlier. We've got symbolic and the macroscopic and the submicroscopic. And students need to understand these as being interrelated and the same thing. Some other work which you might know about, dealing with dragons. A colleague and I have written quite a few papers how students use this software. And you can see you've got dragons, what they look like, that's macro. You've got their phenotype, what genes they have, a representation of the genes in chromosomes, and then you've got a DNA sequence, and you've got the pedigree with a family tree. So all those are different ways of representing the same general issue at different levels of organization. Thank you. So in chemistry, we deal with macroscopic, which are the bulk properties of matter, the chemicals which are visible to the naked eye. At the molecular level, this involves the reactions at the particulate level. We can't see it at the naked eye. And what we want to do is somehow represent what's going on with symbols, formulas, chemical equations, so that we can work out quantities of product. This was part of the chemistry presentation that we just heard. And so it's very, very important to be able to link all these levels. Next. So that's the one I just showed you with Peter Mahaffey, a blown up version. Next. So if we talk about the combustion of methane, and Dr. Kabundawan, she had showing some gas burning. I don't know whether it's methane, I've forgotten. But methane is CH4. It combines with oxygen to produce carbon dioxide and water, and we can represent it as those symbols. We can represent it as molecular models, and what we see is that these atoms get rearranged, and they get rearranged in such a manner that we can form new compounds. This creating chemical reactions and chemical equations is a general part of the school curriculum, and we need to know how this is formed, and this visual gives a better idea. But of course, the real event is the methane burning, and I don't have that figure. I wasn't able to embed it into the slide. Next, please. So we put all this together a long time ago now, 2009, John Gilbert and I, we realized that this was a critical area in the development of chemical understanding, and we brought together authors who contributed to this book, and we divided the book into challenges and ways to improve existing pedagogy, and then actual classroom solutions. Next, please. So if we go to biology, we have one additional level of representation. We've got the macroscopic, what we can see, the plant or the animal, but we've also got cellular or subcellular level, which you can see under a light microscope or under an electron microscope. And then we've got the molecular level that we can't see, involving DNA, proteins, various biochemicals, which can be identified but not seen by electrophoresis or chromatography or in a centrifuge. And then as before, we've got the symbolic, and you saw some of that symbolic representation with the diagram to do with dragons. Yes, please. So here's another way of representation. You've seen them all, particularly the one on the left. which is structure of DNA, identified by Crick and Watson. And the other way is a bit more explanatory, because it shows you the bases and how the bases are related. So all these representations have a purpose. And one of the aspects is to tell the students what the purpose is. And if I remember from the first speaker, she was mentioning this also, about the students need to know the rules of learning and know the rules about representations in this particular case. Next. So here's another representation. It's examples of environmental influences in genetic disease. And obviously, some environmental factors won't influence at all, and others a lot. So you can see the examples. Example with environmental factors like diabetes or cancers can be influenced by environmental factors. So we got this diagram. Now this is a column graph, which shows the percentage that is, oh, it's a number of occurrences, but it could be percentage that are influenced by environment, or things that are not influenced by the environment, like cystic fibrosis is not environmentally influenced, it's genetic. Next, please. So here's your diagram again. I've forgotten what the software is called, but it always deals with dragons, which we did some studies in West Australian schools, and as you might imagine, the boys thought this was marvelous. The girls had just the opposite idea. Why don't we deal with real genetics in real people? So the subject matter is very, very interesting, and the dragons tend to favor male students rather than female students. So this is something we should know about. Thank you. So again, putting this together in a book with Chayan Su. Chayan Su was the author with me with the dragons. And again, we brought together colleagues who are writing on multiple representations and put them all together in this book. Thank you. So what about physics? Physics has got 3 levels too, but they're not always so easily identified. Macroscopic is obvious, referring to the movement of bodies or observable light reflecting from mirrors. Symbolic's pretty straightforward, because that's what we're used to doing with in physics, symbols, formulas, equations, making graphs, etc. The molecular is really the submicroscopic that you need to understand certain phenomenon, like the gas laws. And of course, they play a role in friction as another example. So we look at some examples now. Next. So here's something that's very familiar with you from school. A man pulls his child in a sled at a constant velocity, and then you've got some different issues, and the question is, draw a free body diagram. Well, there's one drawn there. What's the normal force on the sled? Identify it. And what is the force of friction acting on the sled? And you've got some relationships, and you've got to work it all out. So again, bringing together the words, making the words into a diagram, and then with the diagram, working out what the forces are. And then when you've got some numbers like 60 kilogram and angle of 15, you can actually work out the force of friction acting on the sled. Next. And we put all this work together in a book, 2018, I think. No, 2000 and, yeah, about 18. With Reinders Duet and Hans Fischer. These are my German colleagues, and they are physicists, and so they have good access to colleagues who are working in physics. Okay, thank you. So the next thing is to look at the relating conceptual domain and different representations. So teachers have got a wide choice to use of possibilities. Conceptual domains, different modes, different levels of organization. And if you look at the next figure, next, this actually just illustrates how complex the learning opportunities are and the wide choices that a teacher has to explain something. So in this case, we've got the domain of knowledge of living systems. And let's take, for example, ecology. So we can talk about ecology in terms of objects, actions. We can look at photos, animations. We can make drawings. Natural scientists, that's what they did. They made drawings. We can make maps and diagrams. We can draw graphs. We can make equations of relationships of energy flow, for example, and we can talk about it. And then again, we can represent it at these different levels. So to me, when I see an organization like that, I realize how complicated learning can be and how skillful teachers are when they make this knowledge understandable for students in grade 3, grade 8, grade 12. It's an impressive skill that good teachers have. Next. So this is some work recently with my colleague Mihei Won and Felicity McClure. And what we were looking at was contributing to a book by Tamir Amin and Olivia Levrini about suggestions for future research with conceptual change. And what we got here is a teaching approach which might be using analogies or models, using diagrams, using multiple level representations, or integration of multiple representations. And I'll just deal with one of those to give you some idea that what we're trying to show in this chapter was linking to science practice. What are the research methods? Why does it work? And what are the teaching approaches? So if we're linking to scientific practice, we want communication, idea generation, and visualization. What are we going to do? We're going to make observations. We're going to do interviews. We're going to design diagnostic tests. And what we want to do is bridge the familiar to new and to difficult concepts. And one approach to that is teaching with analogies. And if you look across the bottom line, teaching approaches can be students drawing and discussing diagrams. No, we lost it. Can you go back to the
okay, just a minute.
Yeah, right, good.
Please try.
Yeah. Thank you. Or the teaching approaches, computer simulations of visualizations. This was part of the presentation of Professor Kapundawan. So you see how all this fits. And then we've got, if we're dealing with multiple representations, we need a range of constructivist teaching and learning approaches. Thank you. Next. Yeah, next slide. So I will just mention this briefly. There's a lot of research that one can do with this. If you're dealing with multiple representations, why bother? So the issue is they've got different functions. And if we just deal with the functions on the left, complementary roles. So if we're presenting different representations, we're looking at different processes and different information and then try to fit it together. If we're dealing with, on the right, different functions, we might be looking at developing a deeper understanding by looking at abstract
Prof. David?
They asked me if I would work as a consultant and a reviewer to the authors and editor of a science series. And this science series was Chemistry Queensland Year 12 and Chemistry Queensland Year 11, and the same for biology and the same for physics.
Recording in progress.
Teachers' notes. The goal was to provide notes for teaching chemistry with multiple representations. And the ideas were for teachers, and I give you two examples to follow. So you see there the front of the book, and then the teacher's note says successful learning in chemistry and high impact learning strategies. So these come from research. They're written as information for teachers so they can follow what's being said. Next, please. So there's a triplet relationship, and you can see that. So what's happening? You got three levels of representation, so as an example of. Okay, and another example here, which is macroscopic behavior, submicroscopic behavior. So just a couple of examples. Pressure of a gas, it's caused by collisions of rapidly moving particles on vessel walls. Melting is by temperature. It's high enough that particles have enough energy to overcome some intermolecular forces. Okay, next. So the implications of learning with multiple representations are as presented there. Next. Okay, so the last slide. When students master the ideas within the different representational types, this is what happens. Okay, so the summary is here. Okay, thank you for your time and interest.
Okay.
So,
Thank you,
yeah.
Professor David, for presentations. Okay, the next invite questions in this room. I may be in Zoom meeting.
I think you must have another mic open somewhere.
Any question?
Not so easy.
Okay. Okay, David, I have one question. So you talk about multiple representations in the case, different level of physics, chemistry, and biology. So because in this room, multiple representations, I saw your books start researchers 2006. So multiple representations.
I cannot hear anything other. I cannot hear anything other than an echo.
Okay. Could you hear me?
Okay, test. Professor David, my voice. Professor David.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you
talk
about understanding multiple representations. Learning science with different levels, including chemistry, biology, and physics. So you also write several books. I'd like to know about your opinions. Multiple representations is also can apply in many countries, for example in Indonesia.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so and then about assessment for the students before receives multiple representations, and for students without receive multiple representations, this is different significantly or not?
Well, I think it's clear that you want students to be able to recognize. Let's take chemistry. If you are just for example, you can surprise the students with two glasses that contain what look like water, so they're clear. You put them together and it turns yellow. You leave it for a while and whatever is in the yellow sinks. So you need to be explaining to students what's in those containers. In this case, it's going to be like lead nitrate, which is soluble and is clear. Potassium iodide, which is soluble and it's clear. And then you've got a yellow deposit, so that must be a lead salt, so it's lead iodide. So this is the way to bring the three levels of representation together, and it's a normal part of good teaching.
Okay, thank you, Professor David, for your explanations. Any question
Yeah.
in this room? I think one question. Oh no. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor David, for your
Thank you for
inspiring
the opportunity.
presentations. Please give applause for Professor David.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speakers, Professor Chun Yen Chang. Oh yeah.
All right.
Right. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. I believe I was invited previous conference in 2019. So this is my great privilege to be able to address a recent project we have been doing in Taiwan. Well, actually, it's been ongoing for 10 years. So the topic of my talk is introducing a cloud classroom, which is has been developed by my group for the last 10 years. So we try to transforming the BYOD, bring your own device policy for more effective student learning. So the reason we actually developed this, of course, we are not the first one. There are current many tools already, similar tools. We developed this cloud classroom since 2013, so it's been 10 years. This is our 10th anniversary. So the reason we were developing this, we try to addressing the issue of classroom silence, especially in Asia culture. According to National Science Council report, 88% of even Taiwanese college students are silent in the classroom. So why do students hesitate to express their opinions? They try to avoid giving teachers, peers a bad impression. They just want to just act like a normal student. So this is a very typical Asia students, in my opinions. So this is why we developed this for the past 10 years. So first of all, I would like to introduce the so-called BYOD policy. Then I would like to quickly go through the cloud classroom functions. So maybe if I have time, I can do some interaction with everyone. But I think because of time constraint, I want everybody to go to lunch earlier. So I will probably try to skip the demo. You can just experience by yourself, but because it's a very easy use thing. Then I think I will probably introduce several empirical studies conducted not only in Taiwan, but worldwide. Then I would like to finally envision what's gonna be the next. So in terms of the BYOD, you can just Google it. So first of all, it's actually from the company. Later on, it is implemented in the school. So BYOD is right now getting more popular. So in school, you don't need to actually provide the facilities. You don't need to buy, every generation, they change it every several years. Then actually they can just bring their own device. Then they can just learn using the software you develop, literally speaking, in the school. Okay. So then I would like to introduce you this the product, the cloud classroom. So you are free to use it. You don't need to get any permission at all. It's totally free. I think because of time constraint, I won't show this video now. Literally speaking, cloud classroom is a smartphone version of clickers. So in the old time, the clickers situation, students will pass out a remote control like things. So when the teachers give out a question, then student answer it. then the teacher can display the answers from the students. So then immediately, but in the old time, it's actually you can only give true false question or multiple choice question. But now with the smartphone evolution, you can also give out open-ended question, even animation question. So I will give you several examples later. So the cloud classroom was selected by a very influential report in the States called Horizon Report in 2019 as an exemplar institution. It was selected out of 60, 70 things. So give you a quick overview of cloud classroom, compare the current. I believe many of you also have used this kind of instant response system in your own class. So we compare the cloud classroom CCR with all the others, including Kahoot, very powerful gaming, IRS, and also Plickers, quizzes, trivial. So the best thing about cloud classroom is it's completely free forever. So we don't have any free basic version, but you need to pay for the pro premium version, so on and so forth. So cloud classroom is completely free, and we are actually also not only same powerful as the other tools, but we have actually many more functions. For example, we also have 16 language, and the quiz more. We also have animation tests, and we also have a gaming module. So you are free to use that. So it's very easy. Although people once told me, several people told me, colleagues say, "Hey, Professor Zhang, your cloud classroom is not that fancy, so to speak. It's very simple." So this is actually the reason we develop a very simple, easy to use interface instead of those looking pretty beautiful. But the functions are exactly the same, and cloud classroom is even more powerful. So it's easy to use. You don't need to download anything, and it's going to be free forever. You don't need any permission from me to use it. You can just use it. So, and it's highly interactive, and there are actually many users in the world. They are using it. So you just type ccr.tw. So this is in Taiwan. We also have two servers. One is in Singapore, sg.ccr.tw, or we have one server in the mainland China. So there are more than 16 different languages. We also have Bahasa in Indonesia. Then once you type ccr.tw, then you can get into one classroom. So typically I will do a demo here, but right now I'm going to skip that. So in cloud classroom, one teacher can have multiple classrooms, as many as they want. Then student can express their emotion in the class, either happy face, weeping face, or sleeping face. So then they can also send a private message to the teacher. Then students can raise public question during the process, and the most liked public question will be shown on top of the teacher's faces. So there are so many different question types, and we are still developing that. As you can see here, not only true, false, multiple choice, open-ended question, we also have animation. I will give an example later. So then teachers can broadcast the result in terms of students' answers, and the students can answer with text, pictures. Then after student answer, be it true, false, multiple choice, open-ended question, then we can actually grouping students based on the same similar answers or different answers. So this is the grouping is based on artificial intelligence, which is a semantic clustering. So for example, this is a CCR open-ended question. Then we can actually use semantic clustering to group students, either the same answer or different answer into groups. Then student can actually do a real-time discussion in a group. So this is an example. Then there are so many different functions. I cannot cover it in this talk, but if you are interested, you can always email me any suggestion. I'm more than happy. And there's a role swapping in terms of you can assign one student as a teacher, then there's a teacher broadcasting, then you can download all the student records. For example, this is one of the animation-based question. If you go there, you use two different browsers, then you can actually try yourself. So the latest development of this animation-based question, there's one question called the Mason test question. So we use that Mason test question to do some animations. We also collect many data, then and also use AI method to grade those answers. So there was just a paper accepted by Science Education actually last week. We use a latent profile analysis to categorize student science inquiry ability into 4 different categories. So we were happy because it was just accepted by Science Education. So in the animation, you can also do some collaborative problem solving in a cloud classroom. For example, these are some example, a seesaw question, students, this is for elementary school students. So students try to balance the seesaw. Then one student was assigned on the left and the other student was assigned on the left. They try to balance the seesaw. So this, with the smartphone version, you can, literally speaking, you can do a lot of things. So there's also a gaming module. It was just out in 2019. So it's been 3 years. So the gaming module, literally speaking, it transformed into instant responses and this cloud classroom into a gaming. So students actually love that. So once students answer some question correctly, then they can receive some props. Then they can use the props to answer the next question. So if you are interested, you are free to use that by yourself. So this is the current basic CCR statistics, including in terms of we have more than 1 million questions and answers, and we have many student teachers all over the world use that. Of course, the major user right now in Asia, also in Taiwan, but you are free to use that. So very recently, we try to make cloud classroom a standalone in terms of, you don't, if it's online, you can actually make a cloud classroom standalone. So this is a CCR worldwide use. We do have all over, of course, Asia is the most, but all over the world. So you are more than welcome to use it by yourself. Okay. If you are interested, you can just type ccr.tw to use it. This is a CCR website. We are right now still in working on an English menu, but actually we already have one, but we are working on a more detailed one. Okay. So if you are interested, you can actually use that. All right. So for the next 10 minutes, I hope I can finish in 10 or 15 minutes because I know it's being late, around 22 past 12. So I would like to introduce several empirical studies we've been doing. But of course, based on the previous one, it's called clickers. Right now, it's a smartphone version of clickers, but it's actually way beyond the clickers. Nowadays, you probably won't, you probably nobody use clickers anymore because it's an old tool. Okay, so the best practice of this similar tool in terms of IRS, instant response, is that you ask question, then you can give answer or not give answer, and then you do some peer discussion, you vote, and then do some class discussion again. So I think the most famous study using clickers actually by Carl Wieman, the Nobel Prize, in 2011 published a paper in Science. So they actually, it's called Improved Learning in Large Enrollment Physics Class. Of course, the large physics, the class is like 200, 300 students. So this is where the instant response system comes into play, because with such a big class, you don't have a good interaction. But however, we also found that with the small, right now the smartphone version 1, the cloud classroom, even students with 20, 30 students are also very useful. I will introduce that later. So this is study. If you are interested, you can also Google it, Improved Learning in a Large Classroom. So he actually in that study, Carl Wieman compare introductory physics, 2 different lecture. One very experienced, 20 years, excellent physics professor. The other is just a free new postdoc teaching, but using the clickers. But he found out that actually the non-experienced teacher can do a very, very good job in terms of improve students' physics concept, everything. So, so you know the technology right now is really influencers. So I will skip those because it's if I have more time. So our study, we actually have like modified peer instruction with cloud classroom. This is like so in your own class, you will have your own. After use it several times, you can have your own own way. So this is one of our way teaching another junior secondary school physics class. So this is for Newton first law. Then first you answer question. Then they can do some like hands-on activities. So with this, actually, this is I think I'll skip this. So you can see the correct rate after the cloud classroom. Students really also improve their own learning. Okay, right. So during the pandemic for the past 3 years, we found out actually the cloud classroom is very useful when you integrate it with the conference tool here, for example, Zoom. So we also did a study when I give a talk in to Beijing Normal University. So I use cloud classroom to interact with the participant. So here, although the Zoom participants are 379, but however, when I use a cloud classroom to do the interaction, I ask question, they answer. So only like 1/4 or half of a participant, I call them active participant. So then I also do with other conference tour. This is from during the pandemic with Guangxi Normal University. They have 63 pre-service teachers, but those are pre-service teachers. They are very active. So all of them actually very enthusiastically interacting with my cloud classroom. So we did a post survey. Do you think the integration of Dean Talk and cloud classroom in teaching can enhance teachers and student interaction? Do you like the interaction? So as you can see here, most of the students, they believe using the online, when you are doing the online lecture, the cloud classroom supposedly should be like face-to-face, but it's also very, very effective using in the online class. So then we received very positive results from all these different studies. And actually 2 years ago, this was published in International Journal of Science by my former doctoral student, Bebo Wahono. He's currently he was just promoted as an associate professor in University of Denver now. So we also use cloud classroom to teaching SSI issue using the cloud classroom. So you can see some like screenshot. Students actually, when they receive the instruction integrated with the cloud classroom, they also did some activities. And this is a result by that. So I think I will not cover everyone. so this is also very promising results. So right now the cloud classroom has been used worldwide, and we have collaborators in Vietnam, Indonesia, especially ASEAN country, to work with us to make do many different cloud classroom studies, but we also do it for teacher education. There's another model called the Decode model. We use cloud classroom as one example. All right, to finalize my talk, I would like to briefly introduce our future work. So because there are right now so many question answers already in the cloud classroom, so we are working on a question repository. So for teachers to release or share their questions on the cloud classroom, but we need to do some labeling first. So this is a question repository. So right now the cloud classroom, the game module is only for individual gaming, and we are planning to do the team gaming, which is more like right now the online game. You form a team, then you do some like gaming, and also the open-ended question assessment. Right now we are leveraging on the AI different model, NLP, the GPT, the BERT. So right now, two of my doctor students, they are working on that, and we have a very good and also very promising result. On top of that, I already talked about standalone cloud classroom. You don't need to use it along with other conference tools like Zoom or DingTalk or Google Meet. Cloud classroom can stand alone. We are also working on that. And also, when students are doing some group discussion, we also want to leverage on some robot feedback. So right now, because of the ChatGPT was released last October, we are also trying to create an interface using that. So to conclude my my talk, I think a teacher as a facilitator try to make the learning in terms of the teacher as a facilitator, then try to help students to teach with different technology. So we try to make the fit as good as possible in order for make student learning better. So here we are not reinvented the wheel. Like this tool cartoon, we try to make the cloud classroom. Cloud, of course, because cloud class is only one of the tools you can use in your classroom. So I have some advertisement. I'm currently editing a journal called Educational Innovation and Emerging Technology, Public Health in Singapore. So this is a very new journal. If you are interested, you can submit your manuscript here. Okay, thank you so much. I think this is it. And thanks again for inviting me to give this talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Chang, for your interesting presentations. I think this is very interesting about cloud classroom because can improve interactions between student and teachers. So I'll invite for questions, one question or two questions, please.
Chunyang, let me ask a question.
Please,
nice to see you.
Okay, please, Professor David.
I didn't know if such activities are going on in Australian schools. I spent a fair amount of time in science classrooms, but I never saw any activity like this. Do you know if there are teachers using this in Australia?
Australia, let me check my, I don't know, but I believe there should be some like, let me check my database here. But I believe like, similar tool like Kahoot, quizzes, others, they probably use it because those are very popular tool. Because the instant response system is very popular. But those are, as I mentioned, they will charge you for something if you are using advanced things.
Yeah.
However, the cloud classroom, let me check. Yes, we do have some user from Australia. Till 2022, 45 people. But
very good.
yeah, they do. But however, because some, to be frank with you, some company try to buy our product, but we don't want to do that because we want to make it available to all over the world. So it's gonna be free forever. Yes.
Oh, that's very generous of you. Well done.
Yeah. Although there's a sad story behind that, but you know, if are you coming in Taiwan soon? Because they have a
yes, I will be at the meeting in November.
November. Yeah. I hope maybe I can see you there. Then maybe I can tell you the sad story behind that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David.
You.
Very good to see you online.
See you too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you, Prof. David, for your questions and also discuss with Prof. Changs. Okay, because of limited time, Professor Changs, in this sessions will finish. So before I finish, please give applause to Professor Changs. Once again, thank you very much, Prof. Changs.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next session, I will move to Master of Ceremony, please.
All right, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed all of the session, all of the speakers. The second plenary session, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Risa. And of course, to our keynote speakers, thank you very much, Professor Kunchoro, Professor David, and Professor Chun Yen Tang. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all the plenary session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of the plenary section. And the next schedule will be the parallel section after the break that will start at 1 p.m. And the closing ceremony will be held in each parallel room. And for the rules and guide for the parallel section, you can easily to open the conference handbook. Once again, please everyone give a big round of applause to our keynote speakers and moderator. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we are saying thank you so much for your stay here to join the conference. It was really an honor to serve you all. And please take a break, lunch, and worship. And see you at the next ICOSETH 2024. I'm Azmi, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.